So, das Mikro drehen wir jetzt auch auf. Jetzt haben wir auch einen viel besseren Ton. Sollten wir... Ja? Nein? Kein guter Ton? Da mal aufdrehen.
Nein, warte. Es leckt.
Ach so, klar. Ja.
Ja, alles geht. Mikrofon
Ja?
Nicht von da bis da gehen kann, ohne dass ich da so durchgehen muss.
Das stimmt, ja. Vorteil ist, dass du nicht riesig groß bist, also wenn du da vorne nicht vorbeigehst. Wobei, ja. Wie ist es eigentlich, wenn ich da stehe, von vorne oder von hinten besser zum Fotografieren?
Vielleicht.
Ja, hallo. Servus. Hi.
Ich finde, es wird sich hier anbieten. Wunderbar. Ja? Super.
Ansonsten nehmen wir euch entweder aus dem Weg oder ihr sagt uns, wo wir helfen können.
Danke. Ich habe einen Pointer mit.
Achso, das habe ich das Passwort falsch da vorgeschrieben.
Okay.
Also es ist eingeschaltet, das Mikrofon. Ja, ich rede weiter. Und was ist der falsche Stick?
Aber ich glaube, es geht von dieser alles.
Kannst du das zugeben? Ach, da haben wir noch nicht. Kannst du auch machen, ne?
Ja, ich sag was. Jetzt habe ich den richtigen USB-Stick. Genau. Da haben wir hier mal die Sponsoren. Die haben einen Vortrag. Ja, irgendwie wissen wir nicht genau, was los ist.
Es nimmt jetzt das Audio
Von der Kamera.
von dem.
Von dem?
Von dem nichts, von dem.
Okay.
Man kann dich noch immer hören, aber von dem aus.
Ja, müssen wir vielleicht schauen, vielleicht können wir es auf der Kamera abdrehen.
Ja,
Es ist immer besser zu viel als zu wenig Ton.
aber du hast, okay, jedenfalls, du hast irgendwas mit dem Eingang vom Mikrofon gemacht, dass der nicht dabei ist.
Ich habe ihn nur ganz zurückgedreht. Also wenn du in 1 auswählst,
Ja.
dann gilt ja der Regler und dann habe ich es ganz zurückgedreht.
Was? Ja, jetzt sehe ich. Okay, perfekt. Jedenfalls. Bernhard, sag etwas.
Ja, ich sag was.
Gut aus.
Okay, dann ich schicke dir mal jetzt, ich spiele was anderes auch ab, das wir heute abspielen werden hier. los.
I will repropose it quickly and then I will show a few new features of visual data. As mentioned in a MediaWiki comment, I don't push for its adoption, however,
Okay.
Also der Ton ist gut, ja ist klar. Aber dass wir jetzt sozusagen, wenn man das nicht anwählt, man kann nichts verstehen, aber der Ton ist gut. Okay, MUDCON is closed, in is closed. Ja, super. Perfekt. Aber für Server ist das. Ja, und dass man jetzt sozusagen das Mikro immer hört, obwohl wir das nicht wollen. Genau, Mikro und dann ausschauen. Genau, wollte ich auch zeigen, dann habe ich halt, ich glaube, eines von diesen. Ja, genau. Es gibt verschiedene Varianten. Genau, also das obere, so würde ich es dann machen, ne? Dass man die Sprecher oben rechts sieht und halt dann das Gleis. Ja. Das funktioniert so, dass du den
So, we're starting, yeah. Hello, everybody. A very warm welcome to the Vienna City and Provincial Archive. My name is Brigitte Riegele, and I'm the head of this institution. And we are very happy that you, the conference, has chosen Vienna as a venue for this conference. And we are very pleased because you have been here 10 years ago, but under another name. So you changed a little bit, and we also changed a little bit. It's really a pleasure that you're here. And I'm also very happy to convey the greetings of the mayor of the city of Vienna, Michael Ludwig, and also my boss, the Chancellor of Culture, Veronika Kaup-Hasler. I think you can meet her on Wednesday, because then we have our 10-year birthday party of the Wien-Geschichte Wiki in the Wien Museum. And I hope you have registered there, because we are fully booked out. But I know why, because we have a panel about the successes and the future of the Wien-Geschichte Wiki, but we have also a birthday cake and champagne. So it's a good reason to come to the Wien Museum. And you have there a free entry to the Wien Museum. And I just want to tell something about this house. Here you have seen it's a brick building, and it was a gas depository for 100 years ago, and it changed to the Vienna City and Provincial Archive in the year 2000. And it's a good place to meet, because here's the center of the knowledge of the city. Our oldest documents are from the year 1208 until now, and now we have lots of challenges with mass storage of digital documents and files, and it's really a challenge, not only the storage, but also the appraisal of the documents, what we select, what we can delete. And the Wien-Geschichte Wiki is one of our gateways to the archival information system, an easy access, and it contains a lot of explanations how you can use the archival materials. And for that, it's really fine that you can stay here and have your conference and exchange your informations. And it's also a place of social networking. And for that, it's also my invitation for tomorrow evening for the city of Vienna, because you are invited to the Viennese, I say, Stadtheuriger, with wine and food. And I think it's I don't know if you know the Zehnermarie, it's in Otterkring. It's a really good connection here with the U3 directly to Otterkring. It's on other part of the city, but it's you can easily reach it. And it remains to me to wish the conference a really great success, and that you have a lot of fun also beneath the informations. And I want to introduce to you Christoph Sonnlechner. It's our main, beneath Bernhard, it's our main leader of the Wien-Geschichte Wiki. And if you have any questions, or if you need any support, he will stay with you and can help you in any cases. Thank you, and have a good day. Have good 3 days, and I hope we see each other. I stay here for lunch, and we see you tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much, and a warm welcome also from my side. Maybe each of you can stand up who was here 10 years ago. Stand up, please. So now you can see in German we say die alten Hasen, the old rabbits, so it would be the old dogs maybe. So some of us were here 10 years ago. Thank you for having us again. That's really nice. My name is Bernhard. You probably know me from the conference organization team, so I will not say much more. Thank you to Sabine for all her help, and I think you have some organizational details. By the way, the interesting part, because you mentioned this is also a social event. 10 years ago, I remember very distinctly on the first day, Sabine came up to me and said, "Hi, I'm Sabine, I'm doing something with MediaWiki." And I said, "Wow, that's great." So we met here 10 years ago, and I'm really happy that you're still here and supporting me with this. So
Thank you. A very warm welcome from my side as well. I'm really happy to have you here in Vienna, and I hope we spend some 3 great and fun days together. And we have a very dense and interesting program. I'd like to say not even thank you for being here, but for shaping and forming this conference. It's you, it's your program, it's your talks, it's your content, and I'm really looking forward to all of it. Let me just get a few organizational details out of the way before Bernhard leads into the program. Wi-Fi first. We have an open Wi-Fi Stadt Wien hotspot. You should get into this Wi-Fi without a password. Right, so I'm stuck already. What else is there? We have, we try to share your social media content. Please tag us with SMWCon so we can find it and share it if you post any photos or content. We have the YouTube channel is easily reachable via like /YouTube, the website /YouTube. There is the YouTube streaming. If you want to share some details on a very low level, we have an Etherpad, so it's like /Etherpad. The Zoom link for the online speakers, for our online visitors is /Zoom, etc. So we try to keep those things easy. Yes, for anybody with luggage or bags, we will have a room later on that will be interesting for, I think, for Wednesday. If you have luggage to drop, we can drop that in the back. We're not going to have a break this morning. We're going to head directly into lunch break at 1 o'clock. Yes, maybe we take this time now to thank our wonderful sponsors. We have gold sponsor Blue Spice from Germany, Gesim IT from Germany, Wikitech. We thank Professional Wiki from Berlin, Wiki-based solutions from the Netherlands, and MyWikis Europe from the USA and now Europe as well. Thank you. Without you, without the sponsors, this conference wouldn't be happening at all. Yeah. I think. Yes, please. For smokers, if you like to smoke, there is a small area downstairs. There are glass doors and stairs where you can get outside and get back in to have a break and some fresh air or a cigarette. I think that's it. I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. So let's start with our program. Our first speaker is originally, I think, from Brazil, but he didn't travel so far. So he traveled from Italy, I heard. Mateus Batista Santos from Wikimedia Foundation will give us an overview of what are the next developments in MediaWiki, what we can expect, what are the plans. Please.
During the setup, let me just say one more thing. The organization team of this conference was the MW Stakeholders Group, who is also managing all the financial stuff in the background. We have the city of Vienna who's hosting us, which we're very grateful for, and the Knowledge Management Associates. KMA is leading the program. So if we please warm welcome to our sponsors, our hosts, and to our speakers and listeners. Thank you.
It's not displaying here.
First Apple device.
Okay.
Do I have it on the one?
Try this one.
Can I make it without mirror? No. Okay. Oh boy, that's not what I need. Still have a few minutes. I really need the speaker notes. Okay, perfect. So, yeah, good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for having this space in the conference. I really appreciate the invite. For people that doesn't know me, my name is Matheus Santos. I'm a product manager at the Wikimedia Foundation. Some of you already saw me on the North America edition of this conference. It's the first time that I'm on the European one. And although I was an engineering in the Wikimedia Foundation since 2018. I am a product manager for the past year and a half, more or less. And yeah, that's such an impactful title, but please don't be afraid. I just want to talk about the work that we have been doing because there has been a shift on how we see MediaWiki. And when I'm talking about MediaWiki here, I'm talking about MediaWiki core and core extensions as they're mostly what I need to be concerned about at the Wikimedia Foundation. And let's dive in because what I want to talk about is that MediaWiki, all of you may know, but for the ones that are newer or older, we're still always finding new documentation in MediaWiki. But if you go on the manual, what is MediaWiki? Description of that is that it's a platform that allows Wikipedia and other projects to function, needs ongoing support and evolution to support the creation, moderation, storage, discovery, and consumption of open, multilingual content at scale, while protecting the privacy of its users. And the question driving us in the MediaWiki engineering group is, how do we sustain this platform for the future? How do we evolve it to meet the needs of diverse users while still supporting the Wikimedia's mission? And so yeah, when I share this slide, this is a link you can access to the documentation. But for this presentation, I want to elaborate this concept of sustainability, because we need to do that while the world is changing. And it's changing because content consumption is changing. which affects how the Wikimedia project needs to function, but also is going to change a lot faster with generative AI and other technologies that we are seeing coming to the world. And this isn't just a trend we're observing. It actively informs the platform mission, and if we need to stay relevant, we need to adapt expectations and change with it. And that's why if we're going to look at the platform mission here, I think it's if you haven't seen that, basically what MediaWiki core and its core extensions are aiming to do is a well-defined, secure, performant core platform product that offers created pathways, aka APIs, to enable volunteer-powered multilingual consumption and offer the platform at scale. You see that I'm repeating a lot of words here, and it is intentional because we really need to do that. I'm highlighting at scale again, mostly because MediaWiki for the Wikimedia's Foundation mission needs to support and scale for more than 25 billion global page views per month, more than 50 million edits per month. So the content is open and accessible for hundreds of languages. And we need to do that still keeping a large collaborative contributor base. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here, right? Supporting all of this scale sustainably is a key challenge and a priority for our team. And that's the shift that I want to talk about. That's the change that I want to talk about. Investing in MediaWiki for us now and the developer experience around MediaWiki means that we are going from project to product. 1.5 years ago, the foundation started, the foundation leadership acknowledged that shift. And I want to do a quick recap. Some of you that might have seen the North America edition presentations from Birgit, which is way better than what I'm going to do here. Already saw some of it, but on the first year of our work, we established this product leadership and a new engineering group for MediaWiki. It means that now we have inside the foundation 3 groups that are focusing on how we're going to evolve MediaWiki. Moving forward, we created a high-level product strategy, which is very important. After 2 decades, it was the first time that the Wikimedia was investing on such a strategy. And we set major focus on platform sustainability, right? Because for us, we had a few key points, like the infrastructure management for MediaWiki in Kubernetes. I believe there are people in the room that did that before we did, and I really acknowledge that. And for us, it was important. We have the parser unification project, which some of you might already know, especially if you were working with Semantic MediaWiki. And we focus a lot on contributor growth as well. And in the end, the goal was to seed open questions and start resolving them. So from release to stewardship across, we have like dozens of production extensions in our infrastructure, and we still need to discuss how we can sustainably maintain and evolve them. All of that led to different product focus areas, and it's marked as V2 because there's a slight change since the last time I presented that, but basically those 4 areas are sustainability, which is the one that I am responsible as a product manager. So increasing the sustainability of the MediaWiki platform, which involves a social problem as well as an engineering problem, is important to ensure that we serve as well and the essential platform for MediaWiki and other key needs. And release is part of this, and it's our commitment to open source. Core capabilities and concepts is about evolving the architecture of the core software to meet the current needs and future needs of open knowledge, and especially in production and in encyclopedic content. Creative pathways define and evolve the pathways to expand and customize MediaWiki to clarify and streamline feature development, which I think it's a lot what you do, and well related to that. And the new addition, and that's why it's V2, is that we are also now prioritizing in our group the design system, so we can have MediaWiki like comprehensive and reusable, so it can build like different front ends on the platform. And in the previous conference, I like to acknowledge that we had a presentation about Codex, which is the main project behind this effort. And those areas, they are the strategic framework that we chose to guide everything we are doing, especially the challenges that we have had. So when I talk about challenges, this is a dependency graph of first level namespaces in MediaWiki, and it's daunting, and pretty sure much of you spend a lot of time debugging MediaWiki when you need to solve a problem. And there are many reasons for that, but MediaWiki is large, it's a monolith code base, and the system is entangled. And understanding the system behavior is super hard. Making code changes is super hard, and onboarding people is harder. So that's why, as I mentioned, we focus on contributor growth. We are trying to expand the platform and try to understand what can change in the architecture moving forward. And there are some systemic views on the platform that we shared with you and want to share as well. So one that I just want to highlight again is there is a blog post from Moriel, which is a staff on the Wikimedia Foundation, about unraveling the complexity of MediaWiki and mapping components. This is a very interesting read if you want to look at the report, and it is related to our first year. On the second year, we already have another report to inform how the hook. So we did a hook survey in order to understand how hook can the hook system can change, so we can simplify feature development, which will I think be important for extensions and especially developers working on extensions. And another tool that is super interesting and you might want to look at is Huma, which is it's basically a tool so we can query the code base and look for a complexity analysis. And all of these are research, like sneak peeking to what we are researching, and there is a lot to unpack from the insights that we're going to have across the year. But still, with those researching that we have been, with this research that we've been doing, I can still talk about some key initiatives, which is in the title and the reason that I am here as well, because there are six initiatives that I think would be interesting to share with you, although we have many more. If you are interested, we can for sure share a link about our annual planning and our goals for our year. But for now, I want to talk about some of priorities. And one I think that is very important to acknowledge is release management. So for the first time, this group is responsible for releasing management moving forward. And we're close to the 1.43 release, which is going to be a long-term support. This is a QR code, but I'll also be around and I can share the link for a form that I'm yet to finish, so I can collect the right answers. But basically what I want to do is make sure that I have a place to talk with you. And if you have any feedback or experience with, I don't know, maybe you're testing the alpha branch on 1.43, but you might as well be, you might have questions or suggestions for releases moving forward. And this is an important commitment of ours. Another important intervention we are doing, or a project, is the parse unification project. So as of now, you might have known Parsoid exists for a decade or so, and we have been doing some effort on reducing the amount of legacy, the amount of parsers we have in MediaWiki. So we have the legacy parser, we have Parsoid, and in the roadmap right now, we have successfully rolled out Parsoid as a read views option of parsing for the wiki voyages, and has been a super important project. We learned a lot from it. One of the learnings that we had is Parsoid is going to be ready for most of the wikis that we have. Even some Wikipedias right now could be transitioning to Parsoid. although it's going to be a very slow and sensitive change. And so for that we are still looking. We are doing a step back. We're going to roll out to incubator wikis, and every new wiki created in the Wikimedia Foundation ecosystem will have Parsoid. And but still, we are very confident that Parsoid will be the full read views for the Wikimedia Foundation wikis, and that's what we are focusing now. Next, we can only say that we are done with the unification process once we migrate bots, gadgets, and user scripts to use Parsoid. And then there is, I think, will be a wild journey to remove the dependency on the legacy parser, and then finally remove it from MediaWiki core. What that means is still unknown for us, and also a little bit further on the timeline, because now, next, and later can mean many things here, especially with the complexity of this change. But our main commitment is to make sure that we can do that before the next LTS release. And another one that's coming up is automated API docs with localization. As you know, we make a great effort for MediaWiki to support every language in the planet. And we now also, so you were aware of the MediaWiki API system, but we have been also investing on REST APIs in MediaWiki. And that, by doing this, it means that there's a lot of things that we didn't have that the MediaWiki API has. Automated API docs is one example. And this is just a way for documentation to be interactive and support this use case. So if you have an extension and you are leveraging the REST framework of MediaWiki, this is going to benefit you at some level. And I'm going to talk about 6 initiatives. This is the third one. So Parsoid is a very key platform feature that we are considering right now. And one of the things that we have been doing, and we know that we cannot fully finish the completion of the work if we do not assess some performance hits that Parsoid will have in comparison to the legacy parser. And we are also exploring this, which will, it basically means that Parsoid will start seeing the wiki page as a structure of fragments. It will be different, a different take on what Parsoid thinks or how we're going to parse a page. And I think a simple example here is when a template is edited, it means that we need to refresh all pages in our infrastructure that had that template. So depending on the template, it's like thousands and thousands of pages. Which is an infrastructure burden. And one exploration that we are doing right now is that we are just going to change and update pieces of the page based on a template change. So this is one thing that we consider very important, because the goal is to support the current use cases, but also there are many things in terms of evolution of wiki text that are related to that change. Which is the main way that people communicate in the wikis, right, for us. And I talked about the hook survey. Basically, we want to simplify feature development. Onboarding comes with a lot of cost on MediaWiki. And so there is the report. We want to reinforce, please, if you want to learn the same things that we learned from the survey about how extensions need, or the needs of extensions, about what core needs to support. It's a very, I think, insightful read. I'm not going to go deep on that because we have another product manager in the foundation that is leading that effort. But basically, the next step based on the survey that we are approaching is how we can make we can explore a domain, event, and listen pattern in MediaWiki core, which is a new thing that we're planning for hooks. And so, yeah, I mentioned some of those, as I mentioned before, are related to a strategic framework or product focus areas. Some about sustainability, some about curated pathways, but all of them are cross-cutting. So because of the nature of MediaWiki, it's impossible to say I'm going to just work on that API or that interface without affecting the sustainability. But in the end, they all come from this framework, and they are all collaborative efforts across the groups. And one important work that we are also doing is the authentication stack with single user login, phase 3. This is from my, at least the research that I did before the presentation, this would only impact people that are using Central Auth, so maybe Wikitide and Mirahis, but I believe there are others. Yet, this is the groundwork for an enhancements on the Central Auth, so we're going to split it so we can have a better authentication stack to serve that Wikimedia will be supporting and maybe can support other user cases in the future. However, before we do that, we need to do that the current change on how we how the Central Auth extension functions, so we can be less dependent on browser or vendors' decisions on when they decide to change in the future, especially in cross-domain authentication. And with that, I want to thank you all for listening. And one of the things that I want to acknowledge here is that MediaWiki is only possible because there is a collaborative effort behind it. And when I mentioned that we focus on contributor growth and we were successful, and before the presentation, I just want to say that it keeps growing. So the changes that we are doing are bringing more people to MediaWiki and making it easier to contribute to MediaWiki. So I hope we are on the right track. If you are interested on monthly updates about MediaWiki, you might want to, if you are not on MediaWiki-L email list, you can also go to MediaWiki.org on that specific page and watch it for any updates. Thank you very much.
So you mentioned early on in the talk, you were talking about how release is an important part of what you're doing. Are there any plans to extend the duration that LTSs will be supported?
That's a good question. I can say that I even thought about shortening, and there are many reasons for changes that we can do on the release process. One of the things that we have been focusing on the current fiscal year was one pain point that we have in terms of infrastructure is updating in sync with PHP upgrades, right? So we want to fix that problem first, and we might want to be on par of what PHP, how PHP evolves, so MediaWiki can always be using the latest of the language. Is increasing the LTS support is a sensitive thing, and one of the things that I forgot to mention in the presentation, but on the 1.43 release, because we have a product perspective now, we worked on, or we did some support for the math community behind the math extension, so they can accelerate the work to use MathML rendering in native browsers, because that will change how we have our math rendering infrastructure. If we're doing infrastructure changes and having to support them for every 3 years, this seems like already an ideal case. And we could even shorten it depending on the situation. But I'm very open to understand how release affect you all, and if the LTS release right now is good enough. If you have any concerns, because after we do the release, we can only have security updates, right? And this is one of the things that I have in mind. So, although I don't have a direct answer to are we going to expand, I can say that I am thinking about it, and it can change. But it's going to be aligned with product decisions from now on. At least that's the plan.
Okay. Thank you, Jeffrey.
All right. Before I move on to my next question, I just want to say thank you so much for everyone at the Wikimedia Foundation working so tirelessly to not only deliver their work for the Wikimedia Foundation, but also to then spend the time to branch out, stable releases to us and even give us LTS support. As someone who works as a developer, I can only imagine the struggle it would be to be told, hey, by the way, while you're doing your work, pick some releases, you got to branch those out too. It's really tough work, and so I'm really glad we're having this conversation, but I first wanted to give my appreciation. On to my question. So you mentioned WebAuthn at the end of your presentation. That got me excited. For those of you who don't know what that means, they're passkeys. And you might be using passkeys already on Google, on Amazon, and basically it's a way to get rid of your password, and it's more phishing resistant, and it's all around more secure. I personally love passkeys, and I'm wondering if the Wikimedia Foundation has an active effort right now to have WMF developers work on adding passkey support as like an extension or even as core functionality to MediaWiki, or if this is something that the community should take the helm for.
That's a good question. So I think that my first answer is community is always welcome to get involved with the development of MediaWiki. But it is on our backlog. It is a tentative backlog. The reason that I'm saying that is because we have a commitment to user privacy and user security, right? So this is something that we want to do, and the work that we're doing now is to allow this to happen at some point. So looking at when this might happen, it's a little bit more difficult here, especially because we have other things in mind or other problems to resolve. One example that I'll have, which is it is a work from a specific team on the Wikimedia Foundation, is that temporary accounts or being able to provide people to access MediaWiki and still keep their privacy are like a higher priority. And also the work that we are doing on the single user login phase 3 is to allow that to happen now as a most pressing issue. And definitely you want to improve that moving forward. So we are going to be there at some point, and we are always open to talk with community about when or how.
Thank you for your talk. I was wondering, later on you're planning, you said, removing legacy parser support before the next LTS release. Would that be the 1.43 LTS release or the 1.47?
So, no, sorry, not 1.43. The next, I'm considering 1.43 now. So, yeah, thanks for the question, and it's good to clarify, not 1.43. We are not ready for doing that right now.
Neither are we.
Yeah.
I have the same question, thank you.
Any more questions? Do we have a question online? I don't think so. Maybe? There are, by the way, around 30 people watching online, so this is why we're using the microphones all the time, so that they can hear as well. Okay, will you be around for today?
I'll be here until the end of the conference. Yeah.
Great.
Please reach out.
Yeah.
And thanks for the online folks. Yeah.
So, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, next up are my colleagues. Cindy Chigalis and Brian Hildebrand from the MediaWiki Stakeholders Group, because we want to share what the MediaWiki Stakeholders Group, I'm also part of it, actually is, and how you can contribute and join in. By the way, one other organizational thing I can mention now during the next build up here. We have a COVID test station, so you are welcome voluntarily, of course, to take a COVID test. There is actually 2 tests, COVID and influenza. We have hand sanitizers and we have masks, so if you want to make use of any of that, please feel free. Question?
Just a general logistics question. Are the slides going to be made available to us? Okay.
Yes. For that, we intend to use the Semantic MediaWiki website, because it has the the best experience of linking speakers to the presentations and all that. So we plan to upload everything there.
We hope that the speakers upload.
Will upload, yes. We hope that the speakers will that all should have accounts there because they submitted their talks there. We'll upload the slides there, yes, and we will upload the videos as well there. Okay.
Are we using the mic?
You got this.
Yeah.
Oh, we just have to huddle over here.
You can use this. Yeah.
You can also use the microphone.
Yeah, that way we both have to both. Hello, I am Cindy Chickalese.
And I'm Brian Hildebrand. Good to meet you.
And we're here representing the MediaWiki Stakeholders Group today, tell you a little bit about the MediaWiki Stakeholders Group, which has a long history and is the fiscal sponsor of this conference.
So the MediaWiki Stakeholders Group has been around for a while, like Cindy mentioned. We were officially recognized as an affiliate group in 2014. The general goal is to kind of support all of you guys, the third-party use of MediaWiki outside of the foundation. And one of the primary goals is to help support these conferences.
And I just realized that we are also having our 10-year anniversary next week. So the Stakeholders Group was formed in 2014. Mark Hirschberger and Marcus Glazer, who I saw walk in, there we go, initiated it 10 years ago now, and it has grown since then and has been sustaining the community. And we're going to talk a little bit about what we do and encourage you all to get involved.
So right now we have some on the members of the board, like Cindy mentioned, Mark Hirschberger, who I think is the one person not present here. But then if you look around the room, we have Eric Jan, myself, Cindy, Marcus, which we just pointed out, Bernhard, the conference host, Lex Sulzer, and the most recent.
As of 45 minutes ago, we now have, I want you all to welcome Rich Evans as our newest board member. We are delighted to have Rich joining us.
So like Cindy mentioned, one of the biggest things that the Stakeholders Group does is the fiscal sponsorship of these conferences. So we provide the financial backing, and most of the time, if you look at the people that actually organize the conference, they're usually either members or board members of the Stakeholders Group, including this time as well. So thank you, Bernhard.
Yes.
We have monthly meetings that people can, it's pretty informal. You can jump on, chat about something that you're working on, ask some questions, give a little presentation about something that you'd like the rest of the community to know about. You want to talk a little bit about some of the things we've done, the financial?
Yeah, we've had, about the monthly online.
Sure.
So we've had folks come and give little talks at the monthly meetings. We also just answer questions. It's a different group of people each month, although there's some overlap always. And so always welcome to join us online for those. We also have, in the last couple years, started financially supporting Semantic MediaWiki. And I'll mention that as the fiscal sponsor of these conferences, usually after the conference, these conferences make usually a modest profit that we want to feed back into the community. And so in the past, we have given financial support to Semantic MediaWiki is one of the places. What are some of the other, we've funded a few things.
Yeah.
And so sometimes there's the conference organizer has is a project that that's an open source project that we would like to give some additional support to. So, and one of the things that we're considering also for the future is a scholarship program for folks to attend these conferences. And so Jeffrey's been helping us to come up with a plan for that. So one of the things also is, we want to make sure that the stakeholders group is benefiting the community. So if anybody has a project in need that they could use some support from, either financially or manpower, we'd love to know about it and see what we can do to help with it. One of the other projects that we've been working on in the last year or so, we took over the hosting of the Wiki Apiary site several years ago. For those of you who are familiar with Wiki Apiary, it is a sad story of it becoming really having technical limitations. And so we've been looking in the last year at actually re-implementing it from the ground up. It's a project that we got started on that we have made some progress earlier in the year, and people get busy when they've got pet projects on the side. So it has been at a little bit of a quiescent state recently, but we hope to animate it. Wiki Apiary, the site is still live, but it's not running the bots, and it's not having the performance that we would like. So hopefully we will be able to announce, maybe even at the spring conference, a revitalized Wiki Apiary. But then, yeah, we're open to ideas.
Yeah, and so for ideas, like we mentioned, it's an affiliate group with the Wikimedia Foundation. It's a 501c3. So in a sense, we're a vehicle that's ready to be driven. If anybody has ideas, we're welcoming ideas from the community. The intent is we represent you guys, the third-party users of MediaWiki. So if you have a burning idea, something that you think could be funded, there's several of the board members here and many other members, so just talk to us and let us know what you think.
We'd love you to get involved. And I just included, and again, this will be uploaded, MWStake.org is our home wiki that has a little bit of information. It's got the bylaws and list of the board members, and is the membership functional now? There was.
It's got an email now to request to be a member. Yeah.
Yeah, and I will say that you can participate in the monthly meetings even if you don't choose to join the MediaWiki stakeholders group. We would love to have more members to actually join, because of course the more folks who contribute through their membership, the more funds we have that we can pool together and use to support projects within the community and have that economies of scale and the force multiplier. So we would love to have more people actually join, but even without joining the stakeholders group, you are more than welcome to join our monthly meetings. And we do also have, for the board, we meet every other week or so. It changes depending upon what our pressing items are on the agenda. So.
And then one final thing. So Rich is the latest member of the board. In general, we should be switching out a board member every 18 months-ish. So if you really want to steer this vehicle that we have, talk to us about becoming a board member as well.
Absolutely. Any questions?
Eric, on.
Yeah, thanks, Jenny. Thanks, Brian. So it all starts with contributing, let's say, also financially $100 a year, right, for a membership?
So it all starts with financially with becoming a member for $100 a year. So what I would like to ask Cindy, you have Wiki Apiary on your plate now, right? Would it be a good idea here to reach out on how we could be of support in revitalizing Wiki Apiary ASAP?
Yeah, absolutely.
How could we be of help, Cindy?
Absolutely. If there are folks that are interested in contributing to manpower or time or money to Wiki Apiary, please seek me out, and we can have a discussion about that, because that is something that I would like. There are aspects of it, there were a number of bots that were active on the old Wiki Apiary that will need to be reworked. We've got some work to do on the front end of it to make it more usable. So anybody who wants to have a fun side project that will really have impact on the community, please seek me out. Thank you for mentioning that, and we'd love to have Wiki Apiary up and useful again.
No, I was reading.
Oh, yeah.
Any more questions? I think we are quite okay on time, so I'd like to take the opportunity to make a picture of the board members, because we're not that often in the same room. So Erika and Marcus, could you please come up with Rich? Let's just do a short picture. Lex, of course. We are complete without our president. So.
Photoshop him in. Leave us our space for Mark.
Oh, there you go.
Here's one shot Mark.
Wait, Photoshopping me.
Perfect.
Okay. Thank you. Next up, I think, is Jeffrey. The order of the talks is not always coincidental. I think it's a very important project that Jeffrey is presenting here for the whole community. So, yeah, please come up. Do you need this?
I have HDMI. Is that going to be okay?
HDMI?
Ah, perfect.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, everybody. Good morning. For those of you who don't know who I am, I'm Jeffrey Wong. I'm the founder of MyWikis and MyWikis Europe. MyWikis Europe brings the magic of MyWikis to Europe with full GDPR compliance. Today I'm going to talk about the state of Canasta. So in the past, these have been like a introduction to what Canasta is, as well as updates. But I'm going to make the State of Canasta talks from now on as actual updates. So it's more like the State of the Union in the United States, where we give updates and the speaker might be a little sleepy at times. So please just bear with that. Super jet lagged, so thank you so much for your understanding. Anyway, what is Canasta? I'll just let you know if you're new to Canasta. It's an all-in-one MediaWiki package. If you've ever set up MediaWiki before, you might see that it's kind of a pain. It'll tell you first you got to install Apache, then PHP, then MySQL. It's a lot of work. But what if I can tell you that you don't have to do that at all? You can just follow our instructions, get yourself a little server on AWS or Azure, and run a few setup scripts on Docker, and you're all set. That's what Canasta is. And furthermore, it comes with over 150 extensions and I think about 10 skins currently already included. And then on top of that, we also have data structures and packages that are ready for instant installation as well. So pretty much you can set up a fully featured MediaWiki site within 15 minutes. The goal is to reduce technical and administrative complexity so that you spend less time setting up and gain back more time for using your wiki. This was a joint effort founded by WikiWorks, WikiTech, and MyWikis, but it's a fully open source project. To give you some statistics, so as of a few days ago, we've had nearly 90,000 downloads of Canasta. That's up from almost 40,000 as of like December 2023, so over double of what we had a year ago, which is super exciting. And right now we have 53 open tasks, so our community is pretty active. They're called issues on GitHub, but that doesn't mean like it's a super buggy thing or anything like that. Most of them are actually feature requests and requests to add extensions. So if you'd like to add more issues to Canasta, go right on ahead. Yeah. Anyway, let's share some updates since the last conference in April 2024. Canasta was started around 2021, and the software has matured over time. We've had two different, Google Summer of Code participants over 2 summers, and it's really kind of all come together. So these days, Canasta is pretty stable software. We're more in maintenance mode now, And so I don't have a huge list today, but some notable updates include pluggable auth is now at 7.0. You might be thinking, why is it not at 8? Well, pluggable auth is a very, very involved extension, and we gotta maintain stability, so it's still at 7. MediaWiki is now at the latest security update, 1.39.10, and then PHP was already upgraded to 8.1 as of our last conference. I want to share some current adoption efforts next. So I'm super happy to announce that as of late, OpenCSP is now running on Canasta. And if you were at the conference 2 years ago in Breda, you'll remember that we tried to do that. We started that conversation, and now we actually have a working alpha beta of that. And it's easier than ever to set up and run OpenCSP with no compromises on the functionality. And so there's no need to set up your own web server anymore and then do the installation yourself with scripts. You can just download the image of OpenCSP and you're done. So the way it works is that the Canasta base image is then layered upon with OpenCSP's setup scripts. And then the overall OpenCSP image is what you'd be downloading and setting up. And so the OpenCSP version, I don't want to call it Canasta because it's not really Canasta, it just uses Canasta as a base. But yeah, it already includes all the extensions and stuff, so it's pretty cool. And that's what we call a derivative image at Canasta. So OpenCSP using Canasta, I believe, is a step in the right direction. And if anything, this is a great example of anyone can use Canasta as a base image and create their own derivative image. So why is it good for OpenCSP to use Canasta? There's this common misconception that somehow these two are competing against each other, and that's simply wrong. Now OpenCSP can focus on developing their upper stack, right? So as you'll remember, OpenCSP is a lot about the extensions and stuff, and I think Charlie is going to give the next talk about that. He'll talk more about it. Whereas Canasta, in this case, is more focused on the lower level details, like, okay, how do you implement that varnished cache? How do you implement that TLS termination proxy? Now OpenCSP can focus on developing. Sorry, I've got a little bit of an echo if you're on the online version. Thanks, Jeff. Anyway, what was I saying? Yeah, so OpenCSP spends more time now on developing what they are set out to develop, and then Canasta gets more support from OpenCSP's developers and users. So what is next for Canasta? I'll start off with the easy stuff first. So the current open questions that Canasta has relate to emailing support. So if you've ever tried to set up a SMTP server by yourself, I'm so sorry. It's horrible. But here's the thing, we can't really tell people to just set up AWS SES or whatever, or could we? I don't know. But we don't have an SMTP server built into Canasta because it's actually a lot harder than you would think to set that all up. Then you get into details with DNS, issues and authentication and blah, blah, blah. So we actually are trying to figure this out right now. And this is like one of the biggest open questions we have about Canasta. And then I know if you've seen these talks before, we have talked about Composer in the past, and I think it's still kind of an open issue. It is unfortunately one of the small limitations of Canasta based on the architecture of how we've implemented it. So that's still an open question on how to resolve these. But I think the biggest pressing question that people have on their minds is, what about 1.43? It's expected to be released in December 2024. I know that because I told my family I will not be seeing them until I set up 1.43. No, I'm kidding. So Merry Christmas, right? Anyway, Canasta is prepared for this upgrade. That's the good news. The key challenge is that Canasta comes with so many extensions and skins that we need to get them up to date before we can release Canasta. But there are two extremes that we could do. The first is that we could literally wait for every single extension that we bundle to be compatible with 1.43 before releasing Canasta. And Semantic MediaWiki tends to be a really big software package, and sometimes it struggles with staying up to date. So that might not be a very practical solution. The second extreme is to release Canasta for 1.43 with zero regard to the bundled extensions. So we could just release it right after the Wikimedia Foundation releases it, and yeah, you would be left with a lot of broken extensions. So that wouldn't be good either. So what are we going to do about that? Our goal is to be releasing Canasta for 1.43 within a month of its actual release. So then the deprecation timeline for 1.39 Canasta is to be determined, but it's just going to it's going to be based on what kind of progress we're able to make for releasing 1.43, as well as the compatibility of the extensions included in 1.43. But as you all know, the LTS timeline is that every few years when the new LTS version is released, the old one is still supported with the new one for a year simultaneously. And so we're going to use that time to continue to transition people over. And then we probably plan to stop any active development for 1.39 at the end of this year. But the good news is, if you want to upgrade to 1.43, basically as soon as we get it out and we have the information on, if there's any backwards incompatibility that we'll have, you can pretty much just upgrade it as easily as changing your image to point to 1.43 instead of 1.39. So it'll be a very easy upgrade for most people. We also need to upgrade PHP, right? So no more 7.4. Goodbye. So we will, the way that we've built Canasta is we want to follow the WMF's recommendations as much as possible. And that's because they're the ones who write the software. If we stick to them, there's a lot more chance that we're going to get things working faster. Except the WMF is still using 7.4. What's up with that? There's a lot of reasons behind that, but I'm not going to get into it. What I can tell you is that PHP 7.4 was deprecated almost 2 years ago, so we can't keep using it. There's actually 3 options, but the 2 main ones are going to be keeping PHP on 8.1 or upgrading to 8.3. We haven't decided that yet, so if you have any opinions on that, please let us know. If there's any extensions that that are in Canasta that don't work on a certain version, also let us know. That's going to be really important. We're going to take that into account. But in general, PHP 8 works really well now. So then the other thing is, extension compatibility is, we've already queued up all of the anticipated upgrades for the extensions. So we will upgrade, upgrade the ones that we can, and then on a case-by-case basis, evaluate what we're going to do with the most important extensions. So for instance, let's say pluggable auth didn't work for 1.43. We might consider holding off then on releasing Canasta for 1.43. I'm sure that's not true, but just as an example. But if it's like a small, extension like wiretap, then we'll just tell people, why don't you stay on 1.39, and then once they fix it, then you can do it. If you're new to Canasta and you want to find out more info, feel free to visit our GitHub or our website. And I want to open up to questions. Thank you for letting me talk.
So I was wondering, the options that you listed for PHP support, given that 8.4 is coming out in November, did you consider upgrading Canasta to 8.4 instead of just 8.3?
How can I phrase this?
Does MediaWiki support 8.4?
Let me ask you this. When iOS releases their beta, do you upgrade it immediately?
I'm still on iOS 15. I have an iPhone 6s that can't upgrade.
Then why are you asking this question? Then we'll stay on 7.4 then. No, I'm kidding. No, in general, something I've learned, in my career is that it's better to stay on something that we know is tried and true rather than risking it. And one of the key tenets of Canasta is the stability. If we know it works on 8.3, we'll do that. There could be an extension that breaks on 8.4. We will definitely put that on the timeline, and we want to keep being on the most cutting edge versions of every dependency as possible, but not at the expense of breaking things too quickly. But that's a great question. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeffrey. I have a question. I like this idea that what you're doing with OpenCSP, that you have some kind of a building block architecture. You have Canasta as the base, and then OpenCSP, and potentially with other frameworks. But does that mean that that you always get all Canasta extensions, because there are a lot of them, and probably many you don't need? So when you have such a building block architecture, wouldn't it make sense to start with, let's say, nothing, no extensions, or perhaps some really basic extensions that everybody uses, and then have the large basket of Canasta as one of the additional building blocks?
That is an excellent question, and I'm happy to say that the answer is we don't have to have all the Canasta extensions in there. What the Docker file should be doing is, during the setup process, it should be deleting all of the built-in extensions that Canasta has. That's my understanding. Maybe we can ask Charlie or Lars for the actual implementation. But the beauty about Canasta is that, yes, it does provide you with that upper layer as well, but you can get rid of it. It's like, what's a good example? It's like getting, I don't know, like buying a Windows laptop and installing Linux on it instead, right? It comes with Windows, but if you don't want it, you can install Linux. And that's something we're totally okay with. We want to give anyone who makes a derivative image the ability to customize it in their own way and just take what they want, all the good parts, and then factor out all the stuff that they don't need. And OpenCSP, I know for a fact, is built with efficiency in mind, and there's a very small set of curated extensions, right, that OpenCSP uses, and we wouldn't want that to be inundated with 150 other extensions. And so yeah, that won't be a problem at all. It'll actually make the OpenCSP image version of, the OpenCSP Canasta image will actually be smaller than the main Canasta image by that logic, I think. Yeah, I think, but the next talk should be Charlie with OpenCSP, so I'll let him clarify on that. Yeah, great question. All right, Cindy.
So I just want to give thanks. Thank you to Wiki-based Solutions and Charlie and Lars, as well as MyWikis and Jeffrey and WikiWorks, WikiTech, for supporting Canasta, because the impetus for some of this work initially was to support the development, the work going on to create the new Wiki apiary. And so the new Wiki apiary will be built on top of OpenCSP and Canasta. So, and Wiki-based Solutions donated some time and effort, and Jeffrey is always donating time and effort, so we appreciate that, and we're looking forward to the new functionality built upon this base.
That's amazing. Thank you so much. I didn't know that for a fact, so I didn't want to add it to the presentation, but there you go. That's another use case for Canasta. So I just love how this community, we can all work on separate parts that, when come together, it really makes it a whole. And so we're not duplicating efforts. We are, each of us are focusing on a specific vertical and working together. I think that's the beauty of it all. So join the MediaWiki stakeholders group, guys. Oh, yes, another question?
Yeah,
slides you had a note about issues with composer update.
Mm-hmm.
Could you give a couple of more details here, please?
I'll be honest, I'm a little too sleepy to give you all the details. Maybe Cindy can help me out a little bit, but the architecture of Canasta has some limitations. I think it has to do with what, oh yes. So some of the files in Canasta are stored in the image and they're not meant to be edited. So for instance, we actually have like our own local settings that we keep, and that's what connects like Varnish to MediaWiki, and we don't want anyone touching that because you're just going to cause more trouble for yourself unless you really know what you're doing. Composer.local.json was supposed to be one of those files, but then we wanted people to still have the ability to add their own composer.local.json. So you can think of that as like a composer.local.local.json. But that's kind of hard because what is it the Wikimedia made, like the composer merge or whatever it's called? Okay, yeah, that. So I think we tried doing that, but it just it gets to be a mess. And so that was like one thing that unfortunately the architecture did not really do well. And that's a victim of our very strict adherence to the principle of keeping aside the stuff that keeping aside persistent data versus ephemeral code execution, because that's one of the tenets of Docker, and so we wanted to build around that. So great question. Hopefully that answers it.
Yes.
Okay, and if you want to help us out with that, please let me know. Thank you. All right, awesome. Oh, Rich.
Hi, Jeffrey. Thank you. I can't let you off the hook without asking. Is support for wiki farms on the horizon?
It already is. It already, yeah, it's already been released like, was it a year ago?
Fantastic.
Yeah. So it's already over the horizon, I suppose. Yeah. Yeah, that was our Google Summer of Code contributors project last year, and then we wrapped it up at the end of last year. So yeah.
That's what I get for missing the staff meetings.
No problem. NASA is very busy. I hope that was because it's going to help us launch Artemis sooner. That's worth it. Fingers crossed. All right. Cool. Any other questions? Thanks for your time, guys. We'll pass on to Charlie then.
So the next experiment is starting. So, Charlie, can you say something? Yeah, but I cannot unmute my mic. That's on purpose. Let me see. Where's the chat? Oh, he's talking. Okay. Why are we not hearing him? Ah. No, still nothing? That's odd. interesting. It should. I mean, I can.
I think you should try go out from the meeting and
Yeah, maybe this. Charlie, can you say something again?
Good afternoon.
Ah. So I have to.
Good afternoon. Hey. So for somebody creating content, it's really easy because they get a visual editor and they just write the content they need to write. And they fill in, using forms, all the metadata that is needed to identify the content that you're writing. It doesn't really matter what you're writing. or what content it is. You can define the content per content type, basically. That's the whole idea behind it. And because we need to have that metadata to be really structured so that you can always find and link other pages and other content together, the metadata is always filled in using forms, and it's dynamically created. Somebody asked me anything? Oh, no, sorry. Okay. So those forms to create for you to fill out the metadata is done dynamically using FlexForm in this case. Now, and to find and kind of link all that information together, we use Wiki search that gives you so many options to find and link data together, because the backend is Elasticsearch. So OpenCSP uses Elasticsearch. So basically, everything can be linked together. You can create lists, you can create overviews. All the information that you have, you can show them and to the users of the website in a way that is needed. There's also an extension called Spaces where you can even create real-time MediaWiki namespaces. So instead of going to the backend, to the local settings, create a namespace, you don't have to do that. It's all done automatically. Just focusing on creating good content and a good knowledge base. On the back, it's MediaWiki, just plain simple MediaWiki with Semantic MediaWiki, and just a really small set of extensions. And the rest is really templates, Lua functions, all those kind of things. So for 2.04, we have expanded the documentation. It's basically password proof, not what for 139 that is, where the next step is for 143 to be compatible. There's even less extensions installed, and the extensions that are installed are non-intrusive. So if you take FlexForm, if you want to use page forms, you're fine to do that. They don't, conflict in any way. It's the same for the other extensions that are there. The nice thing also is that, and we already added that to OpenCSP in December last year, but basically when you start creating a page type, so what page you want people to start using, like a page for Q&A or for documentation. So you create a page type called, let's say, Q&A, and you define some metadata that always needs to be filled in when somebody creates a Q&A page. The really nice thing is if you don't just say, okay, I want to create a new Q&A page, you get a sidebar with all the metadata that needs to be filled in on the side. It all goes automatically. You don't have to build anything. It's all done automatically, which is really nice. The install script is also changed a little bit, but also has to do with Canasta and some general improvements. Going back to what I said about how does that look. So this is a page I just took from our own internal website. It's a how-to page. So on the right side, you see metadata that you can just click on an edit button, and you can just simply edit the information there. And on the left side, it just focuses on content. And you're also able to, if there's like a content editor, so somebody that adds Q&A pages, you can even restrict them of filling in all the information, but just the information that is relevant for that person, if you'd like. This is just a quick screenshot on, what I'm talking about. How does that really look? Well, kind of looks like this, but you're always free to change layouts, etc., etc. What's also good is that if you want to have a look at what is installed when you install OpenCSP in regards of modules or templates or any pages, you can actually see there's 83 pages that have been added to the wiki once you install OpenCSP on top of your existing wiki or a completely new wiki, or you use Canasta to boot it up. These pages will be added, and you can have a look at them, and because it's all open source, so you can do whatever you want, and you can even have a look at everything that's installed. And virtually every page has like description of what it does, how it works, and how you should use it. So, Jeffrey already mentioned it. It does run on Canasta now. And it's really nice that you can, I don't know exactly the details, but Lars, my colleague, does. But you can just boot up a completely new MediaWiki using Canasta and OpenCSP on top of that. But it's also possible to update an existing MediaWiki that runs on Canasta. I'm talking about Canasta currently. And then install OpenC on top of it. So you have an existing MediaWiki website with a lot of pages, and you can still upgrade to OpenCSP using Canasta and using the same database, and just tweak and convert to OpenCSP if you'd like. So yeah, so that's a very nice new feature. It took a while, and I'm really glad that we were at this point. And also what Cindy mentioned, we can actually take Wiki API errors, to start working on Wiki API area, also because the background functionality for OpenC should be able to add more features to Wiki API area. Finally, have a look at OpenCSP.org. It's a community thing. We want it to be a community thing, and we noticed that more and more. I get more and more questions about people that are actually installing it and perhaps have some difficulty. So we're really looking forward to have a lot of people having a look at it, try it out. Especially now with Canasta, you can just boot it up quickly and play around with it. Are planning on doing some extra videos on how to use it, but that's all for the future. So yeah, that's for me is my presentation for OpenCSP and the current status of it. If there's any questions, then feel free.
Thank you. Any questions?
No questions means that the presentation was really well done.
There is one.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. I was wondering if we wanted to look at the Docker image that extends Canasta, where's the source of that? I tried to find it in the GitHub for OpenCSP. I was fascinated to see how you build on top of Canasta, but I wasn't able to find the secrets.
I'm not sure, I'll post a link, I'll give a link to in Elements, but from what I understand from Lars is that it has been added to a branch of Canasta itself.
Sorry.
But as I think we finished.
That's not exactly how it is. I will send the link, but just an FYI, it is it's still in progress and it's a little in development. It's a fork of a repo that I made 2 years ago at the SMWCon 2022 in Breda. I'll send it to you.
Yeah, perfect. Because I think we finished running OpenC on Canasta, I think 2 weeks ago. So now it's time to get the documentation done and all those kind of things. That's not happened yet. So yes. So it should be on OpenCSP.org when we have all the details.
Yes.
And thanks, Jeffrey, for jumping in.
Hi. Thank you for introducing that nice data input form, which appears on the right. My question is, after saving the page, is the form-generated content will appear aside of the code, or is it stored somewhere else?
Okay, I couldn't really hear you well. Bernard, can you perhaps repeat the question?
Yes, the question was on the form, the right part, does it store the data on the page itself or somewhere else?
So what OpenCSP does, it uses the MCR slots, so the multi-content revision slots that MediaWiki offers for a page. I now have two, the screenshot you see here on the right is the form, on the left is just the main content which has visual editor. If you only edit the main content, then only the main content will be saved to the main content slot. If you would be editing the sidebar, then only the information in the sidebar will be written for that page to that specific slot. So basically, yes, all the information is stored in the page, but in different slots. So if you would go to edit source, you would still only see the main content, which you see here as well, not the metadata. You will not see that. That's only editable through the forms.
Okay, any more questions? No, then we have one more presenter for the break. Thank you, Charlie. Sorry for the sound problems we had.
Recording stopped.
No problem. Have a great day.
Eine Präsentation hier heute habe ich jetzt blöderweise geschlossen. Ich habe noch die Schlüssel. Ich muss nur ganz kurz wieder. Okay, hello everybody. Let me quickly introduce myself. My name is Robert Vogel. I'm working for the Halle Welt company from Germany. Our product is Bluespace MediaWiki. You can see it over there, which is MediaWiki distribution. It ships, I don't know, over 150, about 200 extensions, and it is regularly released. We try to keep a regular release cycle to make sure that improvements and security releases are shipped quickly. Today I want to share with you some experiences that we made throughout the last year. It is about simultaneous editing. We usually call it edit together because it's much easier to pronounce. And yeah, so this is roughly my agenda for today. I will give you a quick introduction about the topic, where it comes from, how we got there. Then I will shed a little light on the technical base and the design decisions that we made when we came up with this extension. And then I want to also talk about what issues we had after we released it, after we got into production. And if there's sufficient time, I also want to give a quick demo. I don't know how much time there will be left. Let's see. Yeah, so let's directly get started here. First of all, simultaneous editing. Most of you already know that kind of editing experience, usually from Google Docs or Etherpad, and that's also where this technology comes from. So it dates back to around 2011. Back then, Google Docs was already a thing, and Etherpad as well, and they were used in the MediaWiki and the Wikimedia Foundation already. And around that time, there were the first approaches to create a visual editing experience in MediaWiki. And that was seen as a chance because by introducing the visual editing, there were quite some new introductions, like the so-called linear data model, which features a transaction model, which basically keeps track of every change that happens on a page, even if you're just editing a page on your own. And that was seen as a chance. So they quickly came up with the idea to introducing such a feature in MediaWiki as well. They started small with a functionality called Colab Pad, which is actually built into the visual editor extensions to the current day. It is currently not operational, unfortunately, in the latest branches, but around MediaWiki 135 it actually was. So you could configure your visual editor to feature that Colab Pad special page in this case. The user experience were very different from what you would have in the classic edit mode. So you did not navigate to a page, clicked on edit and started editing, but you had a special page where you created basically a pad very similar to what you may know from the Etherpad. Basically that's also where the name comes from. There were mainly conceptual issues with that. Some technical issues as well, but mainly conceptual issues regarding the question around how to implement such a feature in the Wikipedia projects, where it is very important that everybody knows which author contributed which part of a page, for example. And as you can see here from the timeline, there were some later approaches around 2017 to revive that project, but in the end it didn't work out for them. And since about 2019 there is only maintenance work being done, and even that is more or less automatic maintenance, means libraries are being updated, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the code is working since then. In 2023-24, the Hello Welt company picked up on that topic. We investigated the state first, and then came up with a new extension. We called it Colab Pads, plural in this case. And we wanted to build upon that existing work and improve maybe on several topics, and allow this kind of editing, simultaneous editing, in a regular MediaWiki installation, because we thought that this is probably an interesting feature to a lot of people, and the conceptual issues that the Wikimedia Foundation may have had is not necessarily the ones that we do have. We do not share the same mission, but so we could probably live with a couple of those issues. So now let's talk about the technical side of this. Already mentioned a couple of those items. So everything is or was already built into the visual editor extension. Some of this code we had to change for our use case, and we copied over a couple of things and need to adapt a couple of things. Put it to this separate extension called Colab Pads. This was necessary due to the fact that some of the code was just not maintained in the way that it would have been required to do so, and therefore we decided to copy over things basically and adapt them slightly. From a technical point of view, the Colab Pads extension introduces a new so-called target. So there are already a couple of targets, editing targets in Wikimedia. Most familiar, the ones that you probably know are the desktop article target. That's the regular one that you use when you just click on the edit button on Wikipedia, for example. But also there's a so-called mobile target, which you may know if you have ever used editing in the mobile view of MediaWiki. And basically Colab Pads build upon that mechanism, and it introduces a new Colab Pad target. That's on the client side. There is a server side. We will have a diagram with that in another slide. There's a server side that actually needs to manage the different clients. So if you have multiple clients participating in an edit session, you need to make sure that the changes sent by one client reaches the other clients, and that they are in the proper order and everything aligns. So in the original implementation, this was a Node.js application, and we checked on that, we investigated it, and the interesting part of that is that it actually shares code with Visual Editor itself, which was a challenge later on for us. because we had to re-implement a couple of things. We decided to not go with the original Node.js implementation, but to switch to a PHP-based implementation for a couple of reasons. First of all, we thought it was easier for us to maintain, and the Node.js implementation also had some issues in regards to the library that they were using, and we found that it's more easy for us to basically build upon a PHP here. Also, we had to implement some additions to the server side, which I will talk about now. So this shows roughly how the application or the extension works. So we have multiple clients down here which want to collaborate on an edit. There is a server part, that's the so-called backend, which the clients communicate with. At first, when a new collaboration session is started, a completely new document is being created, and then if somebody joins, this document is completely sent as a whole to the new clients. Every time a new change occurs then on any of the clients send that to the backend, which makes sure that every client gets the change, and also it keeps a document stored on the backend itself. For example, if another client here, number 5, if Charlie joins, he will get the latest document as well, so he's up to date with the other changes. On the backend does not just receive and send changes, it also applies some rebasing, has some rebasing logic to make sure that the changes are sent in a proper order and they do not conflict with each other. Basically, does some kind of a conflict resolution here to make sure that the things do not get asynchronous between the clients. Okay, now regarding the design decisions that we had to make, so as I pointed out a little bit earlier, the original implementation was a standalone special page, which was independent from any actual page on the wiki. You could collaborate on this special page, and then you had to export the results to some real wiki page, which was a little bit hard to understand for people. It's not the user experience that we wanted to have. And therefore, one of the first decisions was that we wanted to have integrated just like any other editing mode that you may know from the wiki. Like there's the classic the wiki text or visual editing mode. There may be something like a form editing mode, and now we also added the so-called edit together mode, which you can start on any page, on any wiki text page of the wiki. Obviously, it is important to make sure that in order to prevent edit conflicts or situations where content is being overwritten, we need to make sure that we block other edit modes while a collaborative session is running. Otherwise, there was the risk that somebody edits the page independent from the collab session, and these changes would be lost after a save from the collab session. We also wanted to make sure that joining a session is as easy as possible. So we introduced some invite link mechanism that you can just send over an instant messaging tool. And one thing that we dropped pretty early was the concept of private session that was discussed internally. If we would want to make basically lockdown sessions and only allow a certain set of editors to join, we decided against that, mainly for complexity reasons and user experience reasons. It would have added an additional layer of complexity. And yeah, so that's the main design decisions. There are more design decisions. One is we wanted to have, or we needed to have some kind of an authorization mechanism. That is a main difference to what the original implementation did. In the original implementation, everybody that had physical access to the backend service was able to basically join a session and read and retrieve a document, regardless of whether they had actual access permissions to that document or not. Now that as we're operating a lot in corporate environments, access control is important to us, and we need to make sure that nobody can join a session to a page that they are not even allowed to edit or to see. So we added a authorization step into that. You can see that's from the diagram. It roughly works like that. So when the client connects, it will send a token. This token will then again be sent to the wiki by our backend service, and the wiki verifies that this token is valid, and this user that tries to connect is allowed to connect. And after that, everything, the connection is being established, and we get a persistent WebSocket connection. And a last slide regarding the design decisions is about the safe and session handling mechanisms of this extension. As I explained in the beginning, the original implementation were basically just editing and then exporting to one page, creating one edit, being assigned to one user. That is not what we wanted to have. So we wanted to allow people to save, and then first of all we wanted to record the people that were in the session. So you can still not tell who of the participants contributed which part of the page. That's not possible. So we cannot distinguish this at this level. But at least we can record who was involved when this change was created. So one important thing is that we record who is in the session when a change happens. So this can be seen here. So for example, when 3 people have been editing and somebody saves, we get a revision that mentions all the 3 people. When after that only 2 of them edit, and one is still in the session, we still want them to be on the list, because even though they didn't type something, they were still in the session. Those sessions are usually backed up with a meeting, with online meeting. So just because this person didn't type something doesn't mean that they didn't contribute. So we're still recording them. But then, if after a save somebody leaves and then some additional editing happens, then this person is not part of the next save, basically. So that's the concept that we built here. And there's also something that is that this diagram implies. That is that you can save and keep the session running. That is different. So usually different from the classic edit mode, where you click save and then basically after clicking save you leave this edit session. This doesn't happen here. You can click save as many times as you want to during a session, and you will not, and the session will not close. It will just stay there. And you can also leave even if a session is still running. You can keep a session open, basically keeping notes in an unpersisted way. So you can start typing, you can leave the session, you can go home, and next day you get back into the same session, but your changes will not be saved in the meantime. We then found that it still makes sense to end the session at some point, so we implemented some logic that basically checks if somebody is the last person in a session, and if this guy saves, then we actually end the session, because it doesn't make sense to keep it open if there's no further change anymore, and this person is the last one to save. Okay, talking about the lessons learned. So, as I said, we started implementation in 2023. We put it into production in 2024, and there were a lot of this was a lot of work, and we had to deal with some troubles here, and there are some things that we learned. First of all, this all built technically on WebSockets, and WebSocket is but it is a pretty common and popular technology. It is still not very easy to use, and especially when you use libraries. We are using libraries for WebSocket for PHP and for JavaScript, and it turns out that there can be incompatibilities between those things, and we needed to match versions here, which was not that simple always, especially as the Wikimedia Foundation they bumped the JavaScript library, which was then not compatible anymore, not just to our backend, but even to their backend, and that took some time to understand and to work out. Also, regarding that authorization mechanism, we first we tried to use cookie forwarding, but quickly found that this implies some kind of a relationship between the service consumer and the backend. And then we had to switch to the token mechanism because we wanted to have one backend support multiple instances of MediaWiki. That's very important for our farming approach, for example. And also, this is very important, obviously, as you can leave sessions open, they need to be treated as production data. You cannot just clear out the database or lose session data when restarting the service, because people might leave the sessions open with important data in it. So you need to make sure that these things survive a restart and can be backed and restored. And that's also not that simple. With MongoDB in the background, it can be done, but this was something that we had to learn. Last but not least, the rebasing of the changes, things that we re-implemented from the original code, we found that to be very, it can be really challenging. It's a lot of very complicated logic that needs to be maintained. Yeah. Okay, what about the time? Still? Okay. Good. Let's move on. Now we finally have released it to the public. So we had it in production throughout the year already in our cloud hosting and on customer installations. But we finally made it in time for this conference to publish the code on MediaWiki.org. So it is a regular MediaWiki extension. It is independent from BlueSpice. It can be installed actually currently without Composer, even though I would recommend using Composer. But at the moment it doesn't have any additional dependencies, so it can be installed without Composer. It does have some inter-extension dependencies, obviously Visual Editor, but also the OOJS Plus extension, which is maintained by us. Yeah, we're using some parts of the user interface from that. We're going to release this regularly, so together with our distribution releases, we're going to also release new versions of this extension. So at the moment on the Garrett repos there is no tag release yet, but very soon there will be one, and I recommend everybody who's interested in using it to stick to the tag releases, because those are the ones that we actually release to the public. You can also use the rel branches, but there may be new changes in there. In general, we stick to long-term support. This is true for all of our extensions. So currently we have built this against 139, but there will very soon be a version for 143 as well. And also that's very important. So the backend service is independent from MediaWiki. It's not run by MediaWiki. It's an independent service. And to ease the setup of this, we have included a Docker file, which basically contains everything. You can easily build that container. It is not available at the moment from any registry, from any public registry, but you can easily build the service container on your own. And just as some hints here, if you want to use it, make sure that your backend service has a way to communicate through HTTP with the wiki itself. It need that for the permission check. Otherwise, you will end up with a lot of errors. And also what I can recommend is to use some kind of a proxy to just mask a non-standard port. So by default, the service runs on a non-standard port, and you usually don't want to expose this in a production environment. So what we do is we just use a regular HTTP proxy that looks for some path and then just translate it and sends it to the service. Okay. Now let's see, quick demo. Let's see. I have opened 2 browser windows. In this case, I'm logged in with 2 different users. This one is the user Alice, and this one is the user Bob. And I have a small page here. By the way, this is obviously not a regular MediaWiki interface, but it's Blue Spice. But in MediaWiki, it will work very similar. The links may be in a different place. Depends a little bit on the skin. But here in our skin, we have it in our edit menu, and as you can see, there is now another option called Edit Together, which will start the new mode. There's a small welcoming message telling the user that they are entering a new kind of edit mode. I can now, first of all, I can see who is connected, and I can copy the link to this session directly into my clipboard, so I can share it through some instant messaging tool. And that's it. Basically, the session has already begun, so I can just type, and nothing special about that. Here on the other half of the screen, you can see that there is a message being displayed. And it basically tells any user that visits this page that there's an edit session running. Let me quickly reload that to show you that here, for example, so now the other edit modes are blocked. I cannot go into a source code anymore. I can only join the session. And it doesn't matter if I click this link or this link. It's the same thing. Just go in here. Enter this. Now you can see the different cursors, and I can start typing. And this is now, as you can see, it's simultaneously. I cannot show it with any more users because the screen will be too small then, but obviously multiple people can join. Now you can see if I just save the changes, for example, the session remains open. You can also insert some image here. So I use this image, insert, gets displayed here as well. Can save it again. Now people can also leave the session. So it gives you a quick information that the changes will not be lost. They will remain. And now if I do some change here and save it, now this, for example, will end the session. Let's have a quick look at how this looks like in the history. By the way, this is not the regular history view that you may know from MediaWiki. That's a different interface that we have, which already shows the participants of the change. Okay. Let's quickly finish my slides, and then we can go over to questions. So last slide, basically, our future plans. Well, as I already said, backup and restore is a little bit odd currently how we do it. We will probably add some more tooling here into the extension to ease these kind of tasks. We're also probably going to add some more management functionality, for example, to delete sessions and to deal with errors if errors occur. Sometimes errors occur. So there will be some more management functionality for that. And one thing that we're aiming for is to actually make edit together the default edit mode. So depends a little bit on how things go, but the idea would be to actually make it the default, so people cannot even not use it basically, and people can directly join. That would be, from our understanding, that would be the best user experience that we can provide. And that's it. So.
Thank you. Robert, that was an excellent presentation. I'm very excited. Two quick questions. I think you answered maybe one at the end there, but there might be some kind of functionality for an admin to delete or close out a dangling or abandoned session.
Yeah, at the moment there's not. But we're thinking about that because it turns out that this may be required, yeah.
Then the second one is just about the specific per chunk attribution. You said right now it's not possible. Is that not currently possible, or do you think that's just not possible at all?
I don't think that it is possible at all. That's due to the nature of wiki text. So we thought about introducing such a thing by basically marking up sections of the text, adding spans with IDs or something like that, which probably would work to some degree, but well, it messes up the wiki text, which we don't want to do, and it's pretty difficult, especially if you're overriding something from another user, for example. You will end up with a very odd pattern of changes, and I'm not convinced that this is really beneficial for the user in the end.
Thank you.
Thanks, Robert. Very interesting. What do the changes look like in the ordinary history?
They look, if you use a version compare now, they look just the same as always.
Can you have multiple authors in the history?
What do you mean?
I've never seen that. Well, that you have multiple editors.
No, actually, only in the history view, it will tell that this particular revision has been created by multiple editors. That's all. Now, if you start comparing stuff, you will just see the regular comparison between the versions. There's no additional information to that.
So everything here is sort of predicated on using Visual Editor. Do you have any plans to do this with supporting for Source Editor?
It is very tightly bound to Visual Editor, actually, due to the nature of the code. We adopted a lot of code that was originally coming from the foundation, and I don't think that we can expand this easily to other edit modes.
What about the Source Editor within Wiki?
To be honest, I'm not entirely sure. It doesn't feature that right away, and we didn't look too deep into that yet.
So first I want to say this is a very interesting feature, and I look forward to testing this out, I don't know, later today or sometime this week. I'll start a local wiki with it. Just poking around in the code, I saw that the way that you're storing multiple editors for a single revision is in a separate table. That seems like a very useful feature separate from the real-time collaboration, to be able to associate multiple authors that edit. Are there any plans to release that as a separate sub-feature?
No, actually not. And actually, I'm not entirely sure anymore why we use a table. I think we discussed using slots, for example, content slots to store that together with the revision. But for some reason, we decided to use a dedicated table. I cannot recall why. But no, we are not planning to split this in any way.
I also want to echo that a lot of this seems incredibly cool, even if just one that you like save and then you're not worried about your computer crashing, or it's saving and then if you close out of a session, your edit is still there when you get back. So even if I think like for my use case, the multiple editors at the same time might not be like the most useful thing. All of these features seem amazing for just a single editor. So is that something that you would see releasing?
Well, as I said, we were planning to make this the default edit mode anyways. So regardless of whether you want other people to join or not, at some point, at least in Blue Spice, we hope that this will be the main editing mode. And yeah, the MediaWiki extension itself will then get some kind of a configuration which will make it behave the same in a regular MediaWiki. So yeah, that could totally be done. And I'm convinced that still, even if we have this as the default editor mode, many people will just edit on their own. So yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Robert.
Thanks.
Before we go to the lunch break, some organizational remarks and maybe also a short remark on this feature. While we all think that's very exciting, me too, actually, people coming from Confluence have this. Yeah, so it's a feature we have to look in. You know, organizations decide whether to use Confluence or MediaWiki, and they might look into this exact feature. And by the way, I also want to introduce Carsten Eames, our keynote speaker here from Siemens, because he's here already. He will give his keynote tomorrow, but in case you want to talk to him about it, about things like that, because at Siemens they use Confluence. Yeah, you can
comment on that. Not on comment on Siemens using Confluence. Let me comment on your. So thanks for your talk and demonstration. Let me comment on your decision, basically, that if I understood correctly, you dropped the granularity, who did what, which to some extent would lead which person was editing which letter.
Exactly.
So you run into a rabbit hole of complexity and so
yes, exactly.
And so yeah, that might be. So I completely understand the business decision, especially if you compare it to Confluence, right? Which has the similar display, like who was editing in that session, and that's it. And so I would say that's sufficient for most businesses. I even have problems to imagine why you would need this super hyper granularity.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Forensic use cases or whatever. But so I understand the business decision, and so good luck with that. I mean, Confluence also has a second server, synchronous server. There are also problems with it and challenges. Yeah. So good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so we will continue at 2 o'clock. We will close this door because we have parallel tracks, as you know. So you have to go around the back to come into this room. Then at 2 o'clock we will start. Food should be served outside. Now, also. At this table, you find some goodies sent by, provided mostly by Wikimedia Deutschland. So thank you to Wikimedia Deutschland for that, and to the Vienna City Archives. So grab your goodies and yeah, have a nice lunch, and see you at 2 o'clock.
Which room is for track 1 and track 2?
This will be track 1. Over there will be track 2.
I'm presenting in track 1.
session in the room 2 has already started, so let's bring it on. We have now 3 sessions in person. First, Daniel Scherzer from Wikitech will tell us something about LTS releases and how to target them during development. Next up, we will have Luke and Marco from Gesin IT, also talking about testing and integration.
MediaWiki extensions.
Exactly, perfect. Jumping in for Alexander, right? Because his voice is not as it should be today, right? Perfect. After that, we have Markus Glaser from Hallo Welt with a catchy title, Fasten Seatbelts and Lock the Doors. And last up will be Thomas from Topway, who will join us with a recorded session online, which is a little bit shorter than planned, so we will have some more time for coffee, which we all desperately need by now, I think. Super. Daniel, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back from lunch. As was mentioned, my name is Daniel. I work at Wikitech. I am also currently a master's student. I'm getting a degree in computer science. And I'll be talking about the considerations that apply if you're targeting a long-term support release. And this is from the perspective of, client relations, from the perspective of being a server administrator, and from the perspective of developing extensions. So we're going to start with some terms, because I don't want to use abbreviations that no one understands. Then I will go over those 3 different perspectives, and then I will summarize and allow questions. You can see all the very fun graphics that Anton put. So first, when we talk about major and minor versions in MediaWiki, if you come from a semantic versioning background, MediaWiki does things a little bit differently. 1.34, 1.39, 1.43, these are each a major release, where 1 dot will just always be there, as far as I'm aware. And then the minor releases about every 3 months, and that's 1.39.8 and then 1.39.10. So just when we're talking about a major versus a minor release, that's how that works for MediaWiki. An LTS release is a major release of MediaWiki that will be supported for slightly longer than most releases. I believe they're supported for 3 years because a new version comes out every 2 years and there's 1 year of overlap between the LTS releases. EOL is end of life. It is when a release is no longer supported. At the moment, 1.39 is supported, 1.42 is supported, but 1.21 isn't, because that's very old. And then when we talk about stable code, that is what is documented as stable in MediaWiki's stable interface policy. They now have a policy, you said, okay, whether or not a class is stable to construct an instance of in your code versus just call a method on it, whether an interface you can implement it or you can just type against it. So that is the source of truth for what should be considered stable. A couple more. A bundled extension is what comes with MediaWiki when you download a release version. This includes things like abuse filter, math, some of the most popular extensions. It now includes, as of 1.43, I think it includes echo and thanks. Some of the most popular extensions that everyone will want. These are only special in that you don't need to download them separately. Other extensions can always be downloaded. PHP is a recursive acronym. It stands for PHP Hypertext Preprocessor. I've also seen it as PHP hates programmers. Your mileage may vary. The train is the process by which the Wikimedia Foundation deploys new versions of MediaWiki. Generally every week they do a new release of their internal versioning. It'll be 143 WMF9, WMF10. And this is deployed on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday to successive groups of wikis. It reaches the English Wikipedia on Thursdays, and that'll come up later. And finally, there is this site that I'll be referencing, called eval, written 3v4l, that allows testing code against a whole bunch of different versions of PHP. So you can find regressions and confirm that your code will work both on 7.4 and 8.1, for example. Now, having established that we're all seeing the same things when we read these terms, when you're a system administrator, here are some things that affect supporting long-term releases. Instead of doing a new upgrade every 6 months, you do one every 2 years. Every moving piece is a place where you can have some error, you can have some mistake. So if you only upgrade every 2 years, you have 75% fewer updates and 75% less room for error. On the other hand, you will have a lot less practice doing those updates. If you've done something every 6 months, you might recognize, oh, I've seen that error before, I know how to handle that. Oh, I checked out the wrong branch. Oh, I need to update to this specific patch version of PHP. And if you only update every 2 years, even if you are the same person doing the updates every 2 years, you might not remember all those errors. And it might not be the same person if there's turnover in your company. LTS releases are generally paired with requiring a newer version of PHP. So that is another moving piece to add. If you are updating every 6 months, you can update PHP at some point between them. But if you are still running 7.4, for example, with your 1.39 wiki, when you update to 1.43, you need to update to PHP 8.1. I think it was Jeffrey talked about earlier, with the foundation being a little different in what version of PHP they run. I came across this very, very great site with a bunch of quotes from various IRC chats related to Wikimedia and MediaWiki. So I think this applies also to dropping 7.4 support. The master version of core and extensions will continue to support 7.4 because that is what needs to run on the foundation servers. But if you are running a release of that, like 1.43, you don't have that luxury. You have to use a newer version of PHP. So those are some considerations if you're a system administrator. But what happens if you are doing the customer relations? Well, bundled version, each release comes with new bundled features. And the less frequently you upgrade, the less frequently you get those features. You could always upgrade your extension separately, but a lot of extensions will not support running a newer version of the extension on an older version of MediaWiki. And there can be a lot of subtle errors there. So, in the upgrade to 1.43 from 1.39, you will get discussion tools, echo, linter, login, notify, and thanks, all bundled. Some of these were bundled in the 1.43 release for the first time, but some of them were in 1.42 and before. If you don't want to need to worry about how to download other extensions and you only support the ones that are bundled, then these are features, some of which you could have had for your customers if you had upgraded to 1.42. Separate from the bundled extensions, there are also new features in the code that is already there. Core features. In 1.40, we got anonymous user preferences. You don't have that until you upgrade to 1.43 if you're on LTS. 1.41 added support for source maps in the resource loader modules. Resource loader is the system for front-end JavaScript and CSS that comes with MediaWiki. It's very fascinating, it's very performant, and I could give a whole talk on that. But the key part here is it's now easier to understand where errors come from on the client side because you can associate the minified version of code that is served on the front end with the original code files on the back end. Edit recovery. I think it was Megan who mentioned that one of the good features of the Collab Pads extension is, you can leave your edit and you can know that it'll be there when you come back if you haven't saved yet. That is a feature that exists in core and has existed for, I think, a year since 1.41. It's enabled on the test Wikipedia, but I don't know that it's been rolled out elsewhere on the foundation. But
you don't need to install collab pads. You just need to upgrade to 1.41 to get that feature. 1.42 brought conditional default user preferences. If you want to change the defaults on your site, but you don't want all the existing users complaining, you can store, here's what the default was until this date, and here is what it is afterwards. And that simplifies changing your defaults. There's an update to the sanitizer for what CSS rules are allowed in inline styles in wiki text. Since 1.42, you could use the filter command in CSS. If you only update every LTS release, you're missing out. 1.42 also added support for the a newer, much newer, and still old version of JavaScript called ES6. Support for that in the in the wiki-wide common.js and common.css and in extension scripts. So again, Wikipedia gets new features every Thursday. If you see a new bug on Thursday that wasn't there on Wednesday, they have a page that's dedicated to explaining why. It's available at Wikipedia Thursday, and it's saying, hey, we just rolled out new code, so if there's a new feature you like, that's why. If there's a new bug you don't like, that's also why. And a long-term support release comes out every 2 years. So you are updating, if you update every long-term support release, that is a quarter as frequently as if you update to the just main releases 1.39, 1.40, 1.41, which is itself 26 times slower than how features roll out on the English Wikipedia, if I'm doing my math right. Now, in those bundled extensions that you had in 1.39, they also have their own new features that you would have gotten. In Abuse Filter, there is now a system for blocking domains very efficiently. This is working to replace the spam blacklist extension. In Confirm Edit, there's an entirely new CAPTCHA system, I believe, through Turnstile. In the Math extension, you can now add pop-ups that link to Wikibase entities regarding those equations. In syntax highlighting, you can now have syntax highlighting for wiki text. This on its own is enough reason to update. I believe this was available in 1.42. But yes, this came from someone working to implement a basic parser for wiki text in the upstream library that the extension uses. And my heart goes out to them because according to something I read on the internet, the first rule of parsing wiki text is don't parse wiki text. These are all features that you will have when you upgrade to 1.43, but you might have had sooner. Visual Editor has a new edit check system. There were also, I saw a number of patches improving the collaboration pad feature. I'm told apparently that feature doesn't really work, but apparently it will now error less. My assumption is people don't send patches to make it error more. Just going through the Git history. Improved parsoid support for a whole bunch of extensions. And these are extensions that are bundled from 1.39. So if you use the site extension, which is very easy to support because you don't need to download it, it's bundled. It now has better support for parsoid. Same with image map, which allows, when you have an image, you can make different parts of it link to different places. So, we have a picture of all of us here at the conference. If you click on me, it should go to my page, and if you click on Cindy, it should go to Cindy's page. And if you click on, Brian, it'll go to Brian's page. It's a great extension that will now work better with the new parser. And Poem allows formatting poems where the indentation really matters. There is also improved in each of the skins that are bundled, support for night mode, if you are one of the people who prefers to read things in night mode. The Minerva I don't know how to pronounce that, and vector skins have that. So that is the considerations if you are doing customer support. You have to tell your customers, I know this feature came out on the English Wikipedia a couple weeks ago. It'll be released in a new major release of MediaWiki in 2 months, but you're not going to get it until we upgrade a year and a half from now to the newer long-term support version. Something you might need to say. Now, meat of the talk. If you are writing an extension and you want to target only long-term support versions, here are some things that will affect you when you're upgrading. The base assumption is, for 1.39 for example, your code should be perfect. Nothing that is used is documented as internal. Nothing that is used is documented as deprecated. Nothing is unstable. And again, these terms are from the stable interface policy. Basically, if you are running your code on 1.39 and it's perfect, there is nothing you shouldn't be doing, upgrading to 1.43 is not going to be a walk in the park, even though it is the next long-term support version. And I don't know which policy this quote was about, but if it's the stable interface policy, then might be even harder. So, if you are running on 1.39, your code is on 1.39. From there to 1.40, there were 6 classes that were removed that were not previously deprecated, and there were 16 methods removed that were not previously deprecated, or unstable, or internal. If you went from 1.40 to 1.41, there were 3 classes that were not deprecated in 1.39, 48 methods. There were 2 class aliases removed, 1 global function. I'm sure you can read this for yourself. When you're jumping if you're jumping 1.39 to 1.41, you have to handle all of these just to resolve all the breaking changes. In 1.42, there were a whole bunch of additions. And 1.43 isn't out yet, but as of the branch commit that said, okay, master and 1.43 are no longer the same, we had a whole bunch that was removed. And there are still, I saw a couple of changes in Jarrett, however you want to pronounce that, that included breaking changes. So, jumping from 1.39 with perfect code to 1.43, where you can still have all your deprecated stuff, just fixing the breaking changes, here's what you need to resolve. Matthias was talking earlier about dropping the legacy parser before the next long-term support version. There are 17 hooks that currently have a parser object as a parameter. I don't think all of those are deprecated. So if you have an extension that uses the parser for something, my guess is you will need to resolve a hook that is currently completely stable and available to use being removed entirely before the next long-term support version. Now, I want to talk about deprecations, because that was just the breaking changes. But there's also, deprecations, and not every breaking change can be deprecated in a manner that emits warning messages. Let's suppose you have this class, and unfortunately, there is a typo in the no cache constant that was originally declared. So we know how to deprecate do fetch. In that function, you send out a warning, WF deprecated, I think is the function call. But how would you deprecate accessing that constant? You can say, hey, this is deprecated. We'll put a comment on it, and we'll send out an email to the whatever mailing list. But eventually it'll be removed, and not everyone will have noticed that, oh, I wasn't supposed to be using that. There is a solution to that is coming in PHP 8.4, which is going to be released, I believe, November 21st. And that is the deprecated attribute. You can add this to method calls. You can add this to methods, and it will emit warnings when that method is called. This code here will, on 8.4, complain. It'll issue a PHP user deprecated, e-user deprecated, hey, you're calling my method that you shouldn't be. And the design of the attribute system in PHP, which if you're not familiar with it, it's probably because it was added after 7.4 and thus isn't available for core use yet, is entirely backwards compatible in that in older versions of PHP that don't have attributes, hashtag open bracket deprecated, close bracket, will be parsed as a comment. And in versions that have attributes, but that don't have the deprecated one, because attributes are validated at runtime if they are userland attributes, i.e. if they don't come from PHP itself, it'll just be ignored. So this code works using the eval tool from the website I mentioned earlier, works perfectly fine on every version since PHP 5.0. And if you remove the public keyword from public function, it will run on every version since 4.3.0. I was also able to test it individually on 4.2.0, 4.1.0, and PHP 4.0.6. For context, that came out in June of 2001. I was born in February of 2002. So I can confidently say that every PHP version since I've been alive will run this code fine. You can add these attributes to your code base, or, as I'm suggesting, to MediaWiki core, and there will be no errors. And once you are running a PHP version that understands it, there will be alerts of, hey, that's deprecated. But this is just equivalent to what you could do with WF deprecated messages. The real magic is that you can also do this on class constants. Accessing that class constant on PHP 8.4 will result in a similar deprecated message. And this is something you cannot do as it stands in MediaWiki core. This works on every version since PHP 5. This works on PHP 7 and later. If you remove the public, it works on PHP 5 or later. 5.0.0 was released in July of 2004. I was 2.5 years old. I looked up some milestones. I think that's when I was first able to express complex sentences. Like, Grandma's at the supermarket. She's not here. It's been a while. You can add this to MediaWiki core, and anyone who is running any reasonable version of PHP, it will work. It won't break. And if they're running 8.4 or later, it will also give them the warnings that we want. Now, there are some limitations to this. It does not work for global constants. This is from flagged revisions. They had a typo. Where is it? Yes, they're missing an L in never blocked in the first one. And because these constants are intended for use by the end user in their local settings, it's kind of hard to deprecate them. Because if you just remove it, the end user server admin who is running their wiki will start seeing errors that they don't understand. Now you can deprecate them, or you could if the attribute worked for these. So that is something that hopefully will come in 8.5. No idea. It also doesn't work for class aliases. There are tools like Rector that allows mass replacing class aliases, but there's currently no way to emit deprecation warnings for those. And I know this was a pain point in the 1.35 to 1.39 upgrade. The MediaWiki test case class was removed. It had been an alias for its replacement. So, these are some considerations. If you are doing customer-facing support, you will have to deal with, hey, we're not getting that feature, not just until it's released in the next major version, but until it's released in the next long-term support version, which could be, a year and a half or longer. You have to compare that with people see this feature clearly works. It's on the English Wikipedia. They get updates every Thursday. If you are a server admin and you do your updates every 2 years instead of every 6 months, you can be out of practice or never had that practice if there was too much turnover in your company. And if you are an extension developer, there are a whole lot more breaking changes if you go from one version that's long-term supported to the next instead of just from one major version to the next. So I personally would suggest targeting major releases, each one, not waiting every 2 years, but waiting every 6 months. It's more work in the short term, but it means your code will be more stable, your clients can get access to new features, and you will have more institutional knowledge on how to perform the updates. Questions?
extensions that come bundled that have had updates since 1.39 was released. Just wanted to clarify.
This?
Yeah, exactly. So wouldn't you be able to just install these updated extensions yourself, or are these extensions like, requiring you to be on 1.40?
So my understanding, and every extension can have a different policy about it, is that, let's say blocked external domains was added to the abuse filter extension in the 1.41 release cycle. I don't think that version of abuse filter supports running on a 1.39 wiki. It might require a hook that was only introduced in 1.40 or 1.41. It might call a method that hadn't been available yet. Generally, extensions have one of three support policies. Either the latest version supports a whole bunch of previous versions of MediaWiki core, which is fairly uncommon, or each version of MediaWiki that is branched, 1.40, 41, 42, also creates a branch in the extension, and that is the version of the extension that you want to run. So for abuse filter, you would run the 1.39 branch of the extension for 1.39 core. Or long-term support compatibility is when a new version comes out, but every 2 years instead of every 6 months, and is associated with the LTS releases. So unless the extension has the policy where the latest version is compatible with prior versions of core, you should not be able to, or you shouldn't, and you are unlikely to be able to run newer versions of extensions on older versions of core.
So all these features you listed here are incompatible with 1.39?
All these features were introduced since the 1.40 development cycle began. I don't know the policy of each of the extensions regarding if they support running a new version of the extension on an old version of core. We don't support running Visual Editor 1.43 on MediaWiki Core 1.35 because the extension expects some things that are available that weren't at that time.
Yeah, this raises a lot of questions about backporting and the best way to manage these things, because technically speaking, we don't have to stick to the bundled extensions version, but we're running low on time, right? So I'll just ask you offline, but thanks for the clarification.
It sounded like you were recommending for extension writers to be on a non-LTS cycle and improve the extension's compatibility every 6 months, right?
Yes.
What about for your own wiki? Let's say you're a wiki administrator.
If you are the server admin and you have also written extensions that are running on that, I would say that yes, you should try and update them, because incremental updates are likely to be less painful than doing 4 versions of upgrades all at once.
You may have extensions running on your wiki that are on an LTS support cycle.
I mean, if it's not an option, then you shouldn't do it. But if it's an option, I recommend every 6 months spending a couple hours updating updating your extensions.
How do you feel about even numbered versions?
What do you mean?
Like, would you say to release on, or like to update on a yearly cycle and target only the odd numbered versions, or do you also think?
Given that the versions, the non-long-term support versions aren't long-term supported, I think if you aren't going to update every 6 months, you may run into challenges where the version in the middle, 1.41, I don't know if that is still supported right now. If 1.41 is? Okay. So it is still supported, but I would expect that the long-term support versions have more support than the versions that are going to be dropped after 8 months or however long they're supported. Obviously, your mileage may vary, and if you can decide that for yourself, if you don't have the time to update every 6 months, but you agree that waiting 2 years is a recipe for disaster, then you can do it every year. I would suggest targeting the odd versions instead of the even ones, given that the odd versions are the ones that include long-term support. But yes.
Last question? No.
Okay.
Thank you. Good. Next up, we have Luke Eversfield and Marco Ilic. Is that right? Yeah. Luke, please introduce yourself.
Yes.
I basically just copied the release notes, breaking in the section, and like, there were a couple places where the release notes
This
wrong.
won't work, huh?
Yeah. Hey,
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. So, let me start. Shall we start? Yeah. So, first of all, let me introduce myself. This is my first time speaking in something like that called SMW conference. Thank you. So basically, my name is Marko Ilic, and I'm Java software developer and PHP software developer, and I'm working as a part of Guess in IT for the last 7 months or so, more or less. And this is my first time working with MediaWiki and Wiki in general. So yeah, it was so far one great journey, and I hope that, and I'm sure that it will be in the future as well. So today, as a developer, you all know that how important it is to have a good and reliable coding standards, especially inside MediaWiki. So maintaining high quality standards for MediaWiki extensions are very important because there can be a lot of difficulties. Why am I saying that? Because key difficulties could be, for example, ensuring consistency across the development environment, also CI environment and testing environment, and because of the fact that we sometimes do not have the environment set up for all of these, that sometimes cannot work. So to address these, we propose an approach that we centered our solution around Docker containers, and we try to define and standardize a solution which will cover all of that in one. So development, like development, testing, and CI environments. So that was the main point. And there are a lot of contributors in Semantic MediaWiki. And that was the main problem, and that is the main problem today. And there are not so many maintainers. So with this approach, we will ensure that all the maintainers which are having the pull request, they will easily get everything ready. And because when you get a pull request, it's time consuming for the maintainer to go through all the lines. But using this Docker CI approach, it will be easy for the maintainer to have all the green lights, everything checked. And that is the most important thing, because the main issue is so-called it works on my machine, as you all know. And yeah, but due to the fact that we have inconsistent environment, then we have the issue that it won't work on other machine, etc. So this approach will avoid that, and using this approach we will have everything settled, and we are sure that this approach is good to enhance and to use worldwide, so to say. So the first topic would be that my colleague Luke will explain to you how that is easy setup for you guys, how to set up the Docker Compose CI, how to implement it inside the MediaWiki extension, and how to use it at the end of the day. So, Luke, please, shall you?
Thank you. It's for you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm Luke. That's my second SMWCon. I was in Paderborn last year. It was really great. And it's also my first time doing such a presentation here. And yeah, like Marco said, I will be showing you our repo, our Docker Compose CI repo, the setup of it and the main features. This is also our only slide because most of the presentation will be basically live coding and live demo for you. So yeah, I will change to my setup.
Does it only work on yours?
No, but yeah, that's the issue. Okay. Let's see if we get any output. Perfect. Okay. Okay, thank you. So that's a Docker Compose CI. Basically, it's yeah, a repository which contains yeah, everything you need to run a MediaWiki for your extension. So you have an extension, and normally your process would be like to mount it or clone it into your running MediaWiki. This repository enables you just to take any extension, the code of the extension, add this repository as a submodule, and run any CI with any version of MediaWiki without you doing anything. You don't even need a MediaWiki install on your machine or any kind of setup. I chose a very, very simple extension to show you the, well, second problem we have. Implementing testing and CI and everything is mostly very complex, and we wanted to have like a very easy solution so the contributors would have, yeah, basically an easy way to run their environment, test it with different MediaWiki versions and also different database types. And yeah, let's go through. I will take a very easy extension, which is this one. And if you know about extension development, it's really small. It doesn't even have a composer file in it. This is basically just a special page that we add to the MediaWiki. And I will try to implement my CI and have basically run a MediaWiki and the CI and test if the extension even works with that version by running one command. So if we look at our Docker Compose CI README, it's pretty easy. All the steps are here. We first need just to check out this repository into our extension. So if we go into our extension, we'll add this submodule. This submodule basically okay, what is the problem? It's found locally with remote.
Yes? Yeah. Better?
Yes. Just like so.
Okay. I'll show you in the other extension where it's already implemented. So basically, you just check out the submodule, which lands in a directory called build, in our case. And after you edit the submodule, of course, you have it as a module, so it always checks out when you're getting the extension and cloning it onto a new device. And the second thing we need is a makefile. I think most of you know what make is. It's pretty old. It's yeah, and we use it as the control part. We have a template, an example makefile, in which you basically put into your extension. I will just take this one, and yeah, we're working on the other extension, so it's already here. And this makefile basically allows you to run commands that come from the submodule. So what can we do now? I think the most important thing is we can run a target called CI, which basically spawns the MediaWiki. You can try it here, and there's an extension. It's Semantic extra special properties. And this basically spawns a MediaWiki, copies your extension inside of it, writes a local setting, and loads the extension with a WF load extension. And yeah, basically that's what it does, the very base of it. We have some settings and things that we can parameterize or change. First of all, the MediaWiki version and its PHP version. Basically the base Docker images, because I mean it's a Docker setup. It completely works with Docker and Docker Compose. For now, are built by us. We basically cloned the Docker file of the official MediaWiki images and patched more PHP version in, because the official MediaWiki images didn't have any MediaWiki version with any PHP version, and that's basically selectable here. We can also change the database. We could use the standard SQLite if we have extensions that need testing with, that create some tables or something on the database. It's better to test it like with MySQL or MariaDB. It also basically supports PostgreSQL, but it isn't really supported by MediaWiki itself. So, but it's possible. And yes, next things we can configure are extensions. So we have, of course, dependencies. Our extension may have dependencies, and we also need these because as it won't really work. And if we look at the README of Docker Compose CI, we have some of the most common extensions basically included. You just need to set a specific version of the extension. Like if we would need Mermaid, I would just go over here and set it in my make file to a specific version. I don't know what the current version is. I think it's 6 dot something, and therefore I would get that exact version into the CI container. Yeah, you also can use env files, so you don't really need to touch the make file. And yes, that is basically the basic setup. You see, this extension has a lot of composer tests and everything, so our simple make CI run has run everything. It ran with 135, MediaWiki 135 and PHP 7.4. We also can change it to 139 and use 8.1. And basically, just with that change, it would use another image, another PHP version, and it would just do the same. And this failed. Why ever? Yeah, of course, that doesn't really exist. I'm sure the version is wrong. No? Okay, my keyboard stopped working. Incredible. Thank you, laptop. And yes, that's basically the base of the repository of this Docker Compose CI. And of course, that's not everything. We also have unit tests, anything else, and we have 2 more options. One of it is Composer extension. We use this if the extension has a Composer JSON, if it's basically managed by Composer, and of course, if you have unit testing and everything, you need to have Composer. And that part is where Marco comes in, where he had a lot of more work put into it. Yes?
So we can switch again.
And of course, it only works in his machine, so.
So yeah, Luke mentioned everything regarding the basic setup, and now we will check one of extension we were working for the last couple of months, and yeah, implement all of this inside it. So basically, can you see the screen or? Yeah, super. Yeah, it's Semantic extra special properties. We choose that one, for example. And yeah, as Luke said a little bit before me, he said that it's important if the extension has composer JSON, and if we need to test and to create a unit and or integration tests, it is important to create next steps. So in this extension, of course, the Git submodule or Docker Compose CI is added as a submodule here. You can see this is the build folder. So basically everything is set up here, and the next step would be to ensure, of course, that extension has its own makefile. In this part, yeah, we are pointing on the makefile in that Docker Compose CI submodule, and you can see that all the images needed are put it like this here, and extensions needed for this MediaWiki extension to run properly, and as well the composer extension is set to true. That means that we are now jumping to composer JSON file. Inside the composer JSON file, you need to put, in terms of testing, you need to put the proper targets, which will be triggered when you run make CI. And as well, you need to, we have also added the PHP code sniffer and yeah, linting. That's important for checking the code to ensure that all the MediaWiki coding standards are there and supported, and that everything is working fine and properly, and as well that the linting, that the syntax are good and everything. And we think that that's also important and inside of a development branch. So we have also implemented this on, I think, Semantic MediaWiki, which is a huge repository, and we have reported moreover, I think, over 100 sniffs or something like that. And Jeroen is the witness. Yeah, I'm the guy who wrote the pull request for each sniff. So yeah, but in case of Semantic MediaWiki, which is great and a huge repo, there is a lot of code. The code base is huge, and there is a lot of job to do to clear all the sniffs. But in this case, as I said, it's important to put in the required dev part to add dependencies which will be installed during the make CI. So the Docker Compose will update, and you need to add this MediaWiki code sniffer. I think this is the latest version, and as well the parallel lint. This is just a highlighter which will be there to highlight everything. And afterwards, at the script parts, you need to add these targets, so to say, so test coverage, analyze, fix, and we added this and implement in order to have properly test coverage, and also during the test coverage you will get this analyze run, and it's important because, as you can see here, you have a lint target and PHP code sniffer target, and during the tests and running the make CI, beside the tests, the make CI will check all the code.
Can you make it a little bigger?
Yeah, of course. Maybe it's better like this. Thank you, Luke. So yeah, the make CI will trigger the test, and test will trigger the analyze, and we will get everything, whole report. And it's important to have also, beside the composer JSON and make file, to have PHP CS XML file. There inside that file you can define all the rules regarding the PHP code sniffer, and as you can see, you can exclude the sniffs per sniff if you want. And in case of Semantic MediaWiki, there are 100 and more, so it's a big list. And I added some of this on test branch to show to you a demo how it works and how to fix the sniff. So we also have added the fix target inside the composer JSON, because as you all know, PHP code sniffer can automatically fix the sniffs. So you can run PHP PS, and it will run the fix automatically. But what is great about it, that you can, as you can see at this part where we have implemented this, you can run sniff by sniff, and we think that that is the important thing. Why? Because this is how it looks. One of my pull requests for this, to be more specific, for this extension, when maintainer of the repository get the pull request like this, okay, he will see, this sniff is this commit is for that sniff, and each and every sniff will be separate commit, because it's more easy to read, to maintain, and to comprehend at the end. We could also fix a lot of sniffs at one step, but then the commit will be huge and the maintainer will lose in the steps. So we think that this approach is good. And for example, if we run now make CI, for example, you will see that the build will start and the composer will update and everything. And at the end, before going to the tests, it will do the job of PHP code sniffer, will check the coding standards, and the lint will check everything regarding the syntax and all. And it's a good approach, because since I started working with this, I learned a lot, because now when I'm developing and working inside the extension, I know that when I write in the code, oh yeah, that was a sniff last time, let's avoid that, and let's avoid using composer sniff and composer fix and avoid those unnecessary steps if it can be avoided. So it's good as well to learn. So yeah, it's great to use. So we will wait a little bit. And one more important thing as well. So you can trigger and run make fix for separate sniff, for example, but in case that when the code base is huge and there are a lot of, so to say, features inside the code, sometimes make fix won't work because it can affect the workflow in general. So it's good for us. You can run the make fix and you can not hurt the code and workflow in general. So it's good. It's good that it's covered. So as you can see, parallel lint run first, and those are the files that are checked, 76 files in this extension. And yeah, PHP CS reported an error, 2 errors, which I commented here. So I exclude the other ones, so these 2. And now, for example, if we want to fix them, what is important as well? You can see that this part is the same for those 2 extensions, right? Sniffs. So basically, you need to exclude everything after last dot. So this is the group, and this is the subgroup of the sniff. So basically, when you are running make fix, just copy this part for these 2, and go to the composer JSON, go to this fix part, PHP sniffs, and copy this. I think that's the one. Let me check. Yeah, and just go back and run make fix. And again, the make CI will triggered, make fix target, and at the end of these logs, you will see that how many files are fixed, and that will be the final result. And also, let's wait that to finish. You need to have inside Docker Compose CI, you need to have Docker Compose override file, which will mount the changes to container itself. So basically, this all will be triggered, mounted to the container. You will be able to commit the changes, and the fix will be gone. So just wait a minute. And this is good, you know, because you can, and that's the main point, you can check all the environments inside your local machine before going to the GitHub, pushing the changes and everything, run the CI in local, so that's important. As you can see, fixed 2 files, 2 lines fixed, and yeah, total errors. And if you go back, go here, you can see that property registry, that's some file I choose and create some errors on purpose just to imitate this. And as you can see, this is, maybe like this, it's not needed anymore. You can see that these sniffs are now fixed. And if we check the sniffs, yeah, that's spacing before close and no space before argument. So those 2 are fixed. And if we check the differences, yeah, you can see that everything is fixed. This one, and now if we run make CI again, it should pass without any issues. So PHP-CS won't find any kind of violation regarding coding standards, and that will be finished without issues, and test will be also as well run. So yeah, my opinion is that this can improve a lot the development and the work on the extensions itself, because it's important to have the coding standards in good shape, so to say, because as I am new in the MediaWiki world, I came and I get onboarding process, and it's easier for the developer, for example, to be on an onboarding process while having the code and coding standards set up and everything is working fine, and it's easier to read the code as well, both for maintainers and contributors, and yeah, it will work now. All tests are run and the final result. So basically, and yeah, the part where you need to mount the things, token compose override YAML, and need to point the place in the container and the extension where to be mounted, and yeah, just afterwards commit everything, and yeah, it will be pushed. And also, for example, I added this environment file for MediaWiki version 1.41, and we have, for our local purposes, 1.39. I pushed everything here to avoid typing this inside the makefile. Just include, for example, 41, and yeah, make CI. And as you can see, the MediaWiki version, no, wait a minute, yeah, it's 1.41, database MySQL 8, 1.41. So yeah, it's easy to maintain, it's easy to work with, it's straightforward, it's not huge task to do. So I think that this can be valuable for improving our MediaWiki extensions and MediaWiki in general. And yeah, that's something I am working for the last 2 or 3 months or so. And yeah, I am trying to learn as much as I can regarding MediaWiki from bottom up, from testing and going up. So yeah, but it's good way to learn as well. So, but now Luke will jump in again, and he will explain how to create CI GitHub action, how to include more metrics in one GitHub action, and to run simultaneously a lot of different MediaWiki versions, and to check everything before committing. And that's something that Luke will. I think I covered everything. If I skipped something, just okay. So, Luke, please jump in and.
Yes. So how do we use this in basically CI and continuous integration? I mean, let's wait until. Since we have now this whole platform where we can automate things, versions, basically if the extension has the tests and every package installed that it needs over the composer, we can basically completely automate those tests. And here's an example for GitLab CI. Yeah, I had to use a virtual keyboard because my keyboard really doesn't work anymore. And yes, looking at the same extension, we can basically utilize this functionality, and GitHub.
Zoom a little bit, please.
Zoom? Yeah, of course. I need to do it like this. Appearance, I'm sorry. Zoom in. Okay, maybe that's a little bit better. We have the possibility to set different variables for different runs in GitHub CI, and this basically allows us to test different configurations, like 135 with SMW in a specific version. We test with MySQL, we test with SQLite the same configuration. Basically, we test with 139 and newer PHP, and yeah, it's a cool functionality. So you can basically stack multiple builds and combinations. There's also the possibility to set excludes and everything in this matrix. And basically, this looks like that on the GitHub side. When a commit or anything happens, we now have way better test results for the extension. We can see all the different jobs that it generated out of the matrix, 135, 139, 140. We can also use branches. We do not necessarily need to use tags or release versions. In this run, we use basically the dev master branch from SMW. And yes, that's how it looks then on GitHub. At least I think most, if not all, Semantic MediaWiki extensions should have this implemented. And yeah, I think that's pretty helpful also in regards of newer MediaWiki versions. Even if you don't really touch or do any work for the newer versions, you could add them and just look if what fails, if it fails, and yeah, I think it's pretty cool. Maybe just one small thing, that was Composer. We also have the ability to do this for NPM and package JSONs. Basically, this works the same. It only supports test and test coverage targets, but if you set a test coverage script in your package JSON, you also can run JavaScript or Node testing. And that's it.
One or two questions? No? One question?
So this is fascinating. I was wondering, I use a Windows machine, and it seems like make is required to be able to use this. Is there an option for those of us that don't have make available?
No, not really. It's built off make, and it's only used in WSL or Linux itself. I mean, most of the logic is written in make. Oh.
Yeah, you can run the sequences on your own.
If you want, yeah.
Okay.
Well, thought it would be like the best tool, and yeah.
Thank you very much. You could
Just a follow-up question.
Yes.
What's the issue with make?
Make doesn't exist on Windows.
Oh, okay. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can jump into the container itself and run Composer test, Composer analyze, and you will get the same output as
okay.
make.
Thank you very much. Congratulations for your first SMWCon presentation. Good, Markus Glaser from Malta.
Hello. Oh no, it's wrong.
My alter ego at Microsoft has instructions on how to run WSL. Excuse me, Canasta on WSL.
You can use WSL.
I've never used it, so I was just wondering.
It's really powerful.
Glad to know it's all.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Markus Glaser. I am from BlueSpice, and I want to take you on a journey today, which is about security on a professional level, let's put it that way, being a small company, right? So that's the journey we had to make. And there are some experiences, some thoughts I want to have you participate with me. Okay, so I'm going to talk a little bit about compliance frameworks. about tools and stages and about vulnerability management. That's why you should fasten seatbelts, because it's going to be super fast and there's a lot of content in there. Okay, let's talk about why is security an issue. I mean, apart from the obvious fact that you should provide secure software, and it does a lot of harm if you don't do secure software. But as a person dealing with, or company or organization dealing with other organizations, there is a lot of regulations and a lot of related norms which you have to probably not know all of them, but if you talk to customers of a certain organizational size, you will probably come across some of these, like ISO 27001, which is information security. In Germany, you do BSIT Grundschutz, which is something related. You do ITIL. There's NIS2 in Europe, is a big deal now, network and information security. And there is like C5 cloud, compliance cloud, whatever context conclusion requirements. So that's C5. It's also standard if you are a cloud developer. And that's, of course, that's not an exhaustive list, right? So all of them touch the topic of security somehow if you do software development, and if you are in touch with one organization that implements one or two or several of these norms, you will be confronted with questions like, how do you ensure security? How do you test your software? Have you documented stuff? And things like that. So that's what happened in my company. We get, increasingly, we get requests. We need to fill in questionnaires. How do we do stuff and make sure, and can you prove you comply with all of these regulations or some of these? Good thing is a lot of them overlap. So I take some examples. So C5, that's the cloud compliance framework. It mentions a few focus areas where you should take a look on. That's software development, software deployment, and operation. I guess that's also rather obvious, but different stages require different tools. So that's going to play a role later. NIS, for example, says you need to do several things in your threat modeling. You need to identify attack surfaces. So you need to know where your software can be attacked. That's important. If you don't know that, you can't mitigate it. And you need to identify dependencies in external components. So that's also very important. And I think that's also a big blind spot in like standard software development. At least it was in my company. So these, apart from requiring you to do automated testing, or I think automated testing comes in handy here to identify these things and to get like almost complete lists of stuff. So that is something we're going to take a look in, and I'm going to show you a little bit of a tool set here. But of course, it's important to mention that these frameworks do not entirely rely on automated processes. Most of the time, they do not even mention it. So they say you need to have a complete list of all your dependencies. And then you say, OK, how on earth am I going to do this? Yeah, I can write, like, one thing is do a process. I can require my developers to add an entry to a certain file every time they add an external dependency. And actually, we've tried this. It worked for exactly 1 day, and that was the day where I collected all the existing dependencies. No, it was 2 days, because Robert helped me. So, and after that, we completely forgot about it, and we did not have a updated complete list. So that's where automation comes in handy, and very needed. And I guess similar thing is attack surfaces. Of course, your software evolves every day, so whenever you have a new variable, you add a new input field, whatever, you need to think security, of course, but you can also forget security at some points. So it's important to have some automated tools that help you identify these vectors, identify these places. But that's what's important is the norms themselves, they do not require you to automate stuff. So they say you need to take care that this happens, not how it happens. And there's a lot of also two things I want to point out. So all these norms require you to think security in all stages of development. So that's planning and implementation and of course, testing, deployment. So that's one thing. The other is a lot of stuff can also be covered by using policies, training, and things like that. So in order to, I'm not saying that if you use the 3 tools I'm going to show you today, then you're compliant with these norms, but it's a big building brick. Okay. So how did we do this? So we started using automated testing. Good news is if you use the MediaWiki ecosystem, you get a lot of stuff for free. It's already built in. That's because, of course, Wikipedia somehow also, I don't think they need to comply, but they are like one lighthouse project, and they are a very big attack target. So they need to be secure and they need to implement all the best practices these norms require you. So 2 things that you get for free, code review, very important. So that's not automated, but semi-automated. But of course, code review is a good way of ensuring security if you have a bit of awareness and if you did a little bit of training for your developers first. So then code review is very good. And of course, you get static code analysis. That's also very big in the MediaWiki environment. So we've talked about code sniffer and fixing tainted code. We find things like the -x check. I don't know if you ever saw that. That ensures that you have correct file permissions when you upload something to Gerrit. And of course, you have code sniffer and you have fan, which is also a code analysis tool. So that's the static code analysis, and that happens per commit. So when you do a commit, then these tests run, and ideally you do not make these tests fail, so you comply, and there is a good level of basic security. Then, but what happens if you want to have like a more integrated system, like a MediaWiki plus some extensions, right? So it's not on a per commit basis, but you want to see what happens in my whole system. And that is where my tooling, the tooling I'm going to show you, comes in. So one of the things we have found is software bill of materials. That's what is the heading. So libraries. Okay, we use Composer a lot. We use libraries a lot. That we use from different sources, and these libraries, let's say it's a symphony library, for example, you take and then at a certain point, so you include that in your code in a specific version, and then a vulnerability occurs. Some people discover it, and how do you know? So how do you know that you need to update your version? Because what you do in your dependencies, you write, I want, I don't know, this library in the specific version, 1010x. I mean, we've heard about semantic versioning today. So if the library follows semantic versioning, you are maybe somewhat lucky, but still you need to rebuild. So it doesn't happen automatically, so you need to somehow know. So one good thing is, there are some security scanners out there like Composer Audit or PHP Security Scanner or Trivi, which can help you there. They go through your Composer log files, through your NPM files, and they check if your used libraries do have any known vulnerabilities. And that's how it looks like. I mean, that's not super exciting because it's all console and text, but the content is very exciting. So it shows us that we don't have any vulnerabilities, any known vulnerabilities in this scan, but there are some unmaintained packages we're using. So one question, we can talk about that at some point. So would you treat an unmaintained package also an insecure package? We have decided not to for the time being, and I'm going to tell you why. But so that's what it gives you an initial picture. There's also another tool called Trivi, which can also scan your Composer log files. Trivi does not use the unmaintained stuff and does not show it to you, but it has a broader scope, so you can scan other things other than PHP or Node.js using Trivi as well. Okay. Okay, so here a question, there are some questions. So we decided to ignore all dev requirements. So we only check Composer production requirements. So you have basically two sections in your Composer file, require and require dev. We ignore the dev requirements. So if there's a vulnerability in there, we just say it's okay because it's not used in production, right? We don't know currently how to test JavaScript libraries, so it's really hard. We had a discussion when we went here. So you could theoretically wrap JavaScript in NPM modules and use NPM as a checker if your JavaScript library has an NPM package for it. But that's one of the more tricky parts which we are working on. So currently we would say, okay, if say there's a CVE in jQuery, then we would rely on the MediaWiki package to identify that and then know that we have a vulnerable jQuery version which we are actually serving. And yeah, question, how do we deal with abandoned libraries? Okay, so that's the list of third-party libraries we're using. We also wanted to know, and now we're getting more towards infrastructure here, deployment. So you remember I said we need to cover development, deployment, and operations. So deployment is the infrastructure. So we have one MediaWiki. We put it into a Docker container. The Docker container itself can also be insecure, right? So it could be there's an issue with the Docker container. So that we covered that using Trivi, again, Trivi on a package manager, package registry, that's called Harbor. It looks like this. So we have, we build a Docker container, and when we build it, we push it to a container registry. And in the container registry, the builds are scanned using Trivi, and then it gives you like the vulnerability score. Interesting bit here is it's virtually impossible to get that down to 0. So it's basically, this is the official MongoDB image, so it's not a Hello World image. And even they have medium vulnerabilities which they are shipping. And that's one of the good ones. So you get Dockers which have criticals which are open for like years. So that's a very interesting thing if you plan your infrastructure and the ecosystem using Docker containers. Okay, so that's how what it looks like, and then you can get this cool list. And you can see here is a lot, right? So that's also something that we have to somehow deal with. So we said initially we want to focus on critical and high issues. So you see, you get a ranking of issues, medium, low. We want to get rid of all the high and critical rated issues, and we deal with the medium at a later stage, right? So one other question is, how can we, again, so once you build a Docker, it's like a compiled Docker image, so it's fixed, right? So if then a vulnerability occurs, you need to update the packed software, the software that's packaged into your image. And what's a good way to do it? So you can maybe, and that's one thing we're thinking about, is just simply to rebuild the Docker containers on a regular basis and do the like upgrade, or update, and get the newer versions, the not so vulnerable versions of images. One idea. Okay, so these two are more static. So the bill of materials goes for the composer log file. This Trivi goes for a compiled but not running Docker container. Wrong direction. But we also have tests where we need to work against like a running instance of something. So one is dynamic application security testing. I'm always trying to give you the words that are used in norms. So that's DAST when you come across that dynamic application security testing. What does it do? So we went for a SAP, OWASP SAP. So that's a open source vulnerability. OWASP, you probably know that. I don't know the acronym, but it's a list of like top security threats you see on the internet, and they have like updated lists of most current security threats, which they give you every year, every half year. And they have an associated project that's the Send Attack Proxy, ZAP, which uses this knowledge of what's the most common attack surfaces, and it tries to attack your software with this. Obviously, that's where you need a software installed. You cannot attack a software that's not running. So that's what we see here. So basically, you can you can install the software. Most of the software I'm showing you is just Docker containers. So you can just start up the Docker container. It's a 1 or 2 liner. Then you get a graphical interface, and then you can run it. So here you click on attack, which is very nice if you have your own software, and then you go attack now. I love that. And it starts spidering your software. So you give it, of course. I didn't show that. You need, of course, to give it an entry point. Otherwise, it will attack the whole internet and you will be cut off fast. Okay, so it starts spidering your software. So it starts loading pages, like in this case, the main page, and then all associated resources. And it tries clicking on the links. And, so it gives you a list of what can I reach. And then when it knows where it can reach, then it tries to attack. So here, for example, we have an API call, and it tries different values in the action, and then sees can I get something back? Can I break it? And can I get a response that we don't expect? And then after it ran, so this scan, the spidering runs for Blue Spice, which is probably similar to MediaWiki here. It runs for 15 minutes, so 15 minutes to get all the links. If you do an attack on all the URLs, then it will take 1.5 days. So you need to basically then narrow it down. That's what I did here, where I said, okay, please attack only one URL, and like the API.php, I think, and see where you can get from there. Okay, and then you get these super cool reports, and then you get super cool lists. If you look here, with like 1,516 instances of CSP violations, content security policy. And then you are like, oh my God, how am I going to deal with this? It's virtually not possible, or unless you have automated tools. But the good thing here is, since it's spidering, it gets a lot of redundant pages, and that's what you have to rule out then. But of course, that's a challenge, so you can mark stuff as false positive and deal with that. Okay, so questions we had here, and I have to admit, the SAP is still in very early stage at Hollowell, so we just started using this. Is breadth versus depth. So do we do more spidering, or do we do more like selected attacks? Probably we do both, but you can't do a combination. Like you can't spider and attack because that's just too long, too much. So you need to pick some URLs and then try attack them. Of course, here again, one thing we did a lot is scope it to unauthenticated use. So that's my most significant use case. If I want to have secure software, I want to be secure against the outside world in the first place, right? So, I mean, of course, in the second step, we can also do this against authenticated, like privilege elevation and stuff like that. But first thing is make sure that nobody who shouldn't be in the system gets into the system, right? So we scope everything to unauthenticate. Okay. And last tool I'm going to show you is deployment security. It's more like operation security, to be honest. So this tool we try to use here is Greenbone Security Scanner, which is also a vulnerability scanner, but it scans like infrastructure instead of an application. So what it does in our case is we send it against the cloud service we're running. And then I give it a list of like all IPs we have, all the servers we have in the cloud service, and I say now try to figure out how you could get in, how you could possibly get in. This is interestingly and luckily this is non-destructive, so I can it just scans, right? It doesn't try break-in. So you can also run it against the production environment. And I think that's where it's actually uses mostly here, at least for us. It's quickly to set up. You start it, you give it a list of IPs, and then you get this severity reports of vulnerabilities. Of course, as usual, you have to assess them. I'm not going to show you the mediums because that's they're no longer there, of course. And the one that's still there has a reason. But so you get these lists, and then you can go through this and mitigate them one by one. If you need. Again, we said we focus on unauthenticated, and again we focus on high and critical issues. So we don't focus on low. Right. Okay. So. The lessons learned, that's just more or less a recap. So you need to be able to keep an overview, especially initially when you start those tests or those tools. They give you a lot of reports. You need to make sure that you narrow it down to something you can cope with. Related to that is you need to establish a baseline. So it's better to start off with something you know. Didn't we have that in the LTS talk today? It's better to have something where you know it has some known vulnerabilities, but it doesn't change from there on, right? So you go to the future. So you establish a baseline, you try to mitigate the most critical stuff, of course, so you don't leave like the big doors open. But then you need to check not to get regressions or not to make the situation worse. So that's when you continuously test, keep the tests green, treat any regression as a prior one. That's important. Stay in the green. Some issues are not resolvable. That is something you have to come up with a strategy to deal with. As I said, the MongoDB image, I'm not going to resolve that. That's the official MongoDB image. If they give me a broken, an image that has vulnerabilities, what's my option? I mean, only option is I can't use the Docker container of MongoDB, right? So then you have to come up with a strategy how to do it. And what's really important, stay up to date with the definitions here. That's what I would try to give you. Since I only have -1 minute, I'm going to skip the CVE part here. So that's cool. I have a follow-up talk at the next SMWCon. Thank you, everyone.
You had to skip through it, but I'm interested in how to navigate or control the exceptions or the things that you're ignoring or skipping, because it seems like you get 2,000 total things. Is there a danger in saying this is something I always get to ignore and never coming back to it?
Yeah. So you see here in the periodically, I think what you should do, and I'm not saying we do it, is to periodically revise those ignore lists, right? Because sometimes you put something on an ignore list because you know it's going to be fixed. For example, there's, I don't know, not picking examples, but it happens that you say, okay, I need to ignore this for the time being, but next release we have upgraded because, I don't know, we switched the library. We can't switch it now because the code updates require a minor release on our end, or a patch release on our end, so we need to just deal with it until that point, right? The only option I have is check those ignore lists on a regular basis. I mean, the other option would be to just not use the ignore list, but then you have these thousands of false positives. Okay, thank you.
We are, thank you. We are unfortunately about five minutes past our time. I'd like to play to you our last lightning talk before the break from Thomas. Thomas will be is not here today, but will be joining us tomorrow. So if you have any questions towards his topic, please raise them tomorrow in person. It's pre-recorded, so we are not flexible with timing. Let's see. Daniel?
Yes. Play.
Machst du den Ton für die? Das sollte eigentlich mit dem, über die Bühne gehen. Schauen wir mal. Wir schauen.
Using it in some real project, and I'm happy to support people interested to test it. Hello, I am Thomas, and this is a short presentation of visual data. I have created this presentation a few months ago. I will repropose it quickly, and then I will show a few new features of visual data. As mentioned in a MediaWiki comment, I don't push for its adoption. However, I'm using it in some real project, and I'm happy to support people interested to test it out for their projects. Unfortunately, I entered the MediaWiki world or ecosystem quite late in 2020, so I'm at least 10 years late of your pace. Another quick comment is that given the short time I had available and a few variables related to the trip, a pre-recording seemed a viable and comfortable option for me. First, I have to say that I started the last year, 1 year and a half actually, presentation by saying that page properties now corresponding to visual data wasn't a competitor of page forms, flash forms, and other kind of form processors. Unfortunately, now I have to say that visual data is a direct competitor of Semantic MediaWiki, cargo page forms, and other extensions for the management of wiki articles through properties and forms. This short preamble just to provide an explanation for the fact that I have actually put a considerable amount of work not only on visual data but also in other work and extensions, also taking into account that, as already mentioned, the last year it is possible, these are the last years, we can have fun with all that. So I'm just pressing on the accelerator before going on holiday. Naturally, we hope this isn't the case. Now, in the past presentation, there were some comments regarding the adoption of AI assistants by even AI programmers or AI junior programmers. As mentioned in a chat on Element, I am personally opposed to it because while a generative pre-trained transformer is like an hyper-advanced search engine with grammar generation, it does not mention their sources, by contrast to the articles or tutorial you find on the internet. So there is a kind of systemic infringement, and I will refrain to adopt it for code or products production. I will be possibly slower, but that's it. This does not exclude that I can use it sometimes for consultation when I have no clue on something. Also, I forgot a slide, which is this one. Visual Data is a full-fledged metadata management framework based on JSON scheme, able to easily record, organize, and query collections of data on your wiki. Its development has to be traced back approximately on October 2021, when I inserted to the extension page properties a set of features and special pages to manage Semantic MediaWiki semantic properties through IUI. Here there were some more remarks about the name of the extension. The current name is not perfect, but it seems to work. I wanted to call it Wikidata, but as you know, it comes too late for that, so let's keep it as it is for now. Here there is a more adequate comment. Also not the optimal solution, however, the current name is not so bad considering the particular MediaWiki context in which the OOUI library has been designed mainly for the use of Visual Editor. And Visual Data actually makes a huge use of the OOUI library, since through its user interface you can use most of its widgets and literally several hundreds of configuration attributes. Now there were some comments regarding the main components of Visual Data, which are the schema builder to create JSON compatible schemes completed with the instructions for UI components, the form generator which automatically creates fully wiki compliant forms from the scheme, recording of data in article slots, and result printers. This is the original slide about this. I think, or I assume, Visual Data is great to model data on your wiki, since you can do it through a UI schema builder, and the schema builder looks more intuitive than standard JSON schema generators, mainly for the way it treats the arrays, not considered a specific type but an option for a child scheme. On the other side, the underlying code is enough complex that it would require a redesign by a little team of professionals specialized in JSON scheme, mainly with the aim to ensure it can be maintained with ease. Here there was a short comment and then the following slide. Therefore you understand that the extension is now enough vast that I cannot ensure it is coded in an optional way in all its parts. On the other side, I am already noticing some attention by members of the community, among which programmers, therefore some progresses could still be done in a natural way. Also, the extension is not so vast as Semantic MediaWiki, and the core components correspond to just one file each, like query builder, schema processor, result printer, database manager, etc. Therefore, although all is recursive in Visual Data, it is approachable in a fairly easy way. Here followed some technical indications, but I could resume them later if they fit in 10-15 minutes with other comments. So the other comments are the following. I think I have inadvertently switched some of the slides. I apologize for that. I am currently working on an important extension that fully showcases the power, if I might say so, of Visual Data. It is an email and marketing automation platform which makes use of all its advanced features like data tables with multiple items per cell, of course pop-up forms, query URLs, integration with Lua, and really much more. Recently I have also been working on search panes for Visual Data. Ajax is automatic depending on the limit and amount of data. Carousel format based on Slick, now also the adaptive 8 works well. A general technical redesign of the query processor, and this is more funny, a cards layout for data table search panes. Now I will showcase a few screenshots taken from wikisphere.org. Please note that Visual Data is not yet completed with unit tests. However, there is an increasingly large range of live tests and demos which are tested at each new release. This is the carousel format based on Slick. This is the parser function. This is Edward Hopper. This is the form to edit the pictures. This is a similar demo but with the upload. Plus with adaptive aid. Also note that with Visual Data really everything is configurable, so you can create a form and related data structure to store pictures completed with caption and titles to be used with the carousel format or other formats. This is a form with dependent values. Note that it relies on more than 600,000 database entries distributed in about 250 wiki pages, JSON format, and the query is not very slow. This is a dynamic catalog with search panes, Ajax, and a single page to display the data of all countries. Uncached, loaded a script file. This is the related parser function. This is geolocation using maps tiler and of course the extension maps. This is a series of queries, also complex, used for testing. This is a CRUD by which you can interactively update the table. The related data are stored in subpages JSON content model. This is a demo for the use with nested schemes, hierarchical data as you will do in Semantic MediaWiki with the dot operator between properties in the query, and it is actually a contribution of a colleague. I have found I cannot save now data for an issue. For now, I will stop here since I have to check how much time it took. Meantime, I thank you, I had fun with the extension and if possible, contribute to the code base.
Yeah, 15 to 20 minutes break. Coffee break.
Is he online?
He's online and we will visit here tomorrow.
Okay, so just text him, I guess.
Hello. Okay, all right. Where's everybody? Okay, well, yes, I see you. Yes, hello. Okay, great. Hello, everyone. I'm Yaron Koren. It's great to talk to all of you. I wish I was there in person. So the organizers gave me 30 minutes for these three talks. So fortunately, in a row. So I'll turn the first two into very quick, true lightning talks, and then the rest of the time will be for the last talk. So the first lightning talk is about this recommended revisions, which is a new project that I started, I can't remember, maybe a month ago. The idea is to create a set of recommended revisions of extensions and skins for each MediaWiki version, at least the long-term support one. So right now there's only two lists for MediaWiki 139, which is the current recommended LTS version, and you can see them here. This is all on MediaWiki.org, recommended revisions / extensions / 1.1.39, and another one for skins. So the extensions one lists about 100 extensions, and the recommended revision for each, and in some cases the recommended branch and repository as well, if it's not the standard ones. And then there's about 5 skins. And the idea is to have a best practices of which set of extensions to use, and as a side benefit, it's helpful for debugging and development if people are standardizing on one specific version of the software. I recommend anyone check this out, but definitely if you run a MediaWiki package or wiki farm, it would be great if you could use this so that there's some, a sort of consensus. And if you disagree with any of the revisions being used here, then feel free to put something in the talk page, or just be bold and make the edit directly. And you can also add additional extensions and skins. There's certainly no reason not to have as many as possible here. So that's recommended revisions. That was the first talk. The second one is this inline comments. It's a relatively new extension. I didn't write it. It was created by Wikitech, but it has since been modified extensively by me and Brian Wolf. And then over the summer, Brian and I mentored a Google Summer of Code project with Jayanth as the student, which added quite a bit more functionality. So basically, inline comments is a extension that provides, inline comments or annotations of the style that you've probably seen in Google Docs or Confluence. So right within the page, you can have, comments and comment threads. So I'll just play the video, which Jayanth also created. It has no sound, so I will narrate. It's just a 2-minute video. So here's just a dummy page with a comment that is already in place. Here he's adding a reply to that comment. He's basically replying to himself. Note he's doing @tagging. He's putting in an @ and that does autocompletion to let him specify a username. And then he saves it, and there's the reply. Each comment has a pencil icon. He just clicked on the pencil icon. Ironically, this message is about spelling, but there's a spelling mistake, so he just fixed it there. Now, via the echo extension, he got a notification saying someone replied to his comment. It was him, so that's not too exciting. And then anyone you tag with the tagging thing will also get an echo notification. There's an entire, it's all stored in the version history, so you can see here the change that was made. It's shown in a graphical way. It's really nice that everything related to inline comments, all the actual comments are stored within the wiki via a separate so-called slot. So if you go to recent changes, you can also see every comment that was made, and you can filter to only show inline comments. That's the little inline comments filter there. So yeah, there was a lot of comments here. New comments, edits, replies, and deletions and so forth are all stored there. You can see it's green because that's a new comment. He's gonna do yeah, that's a comment deletion, so it's in red. Yeah, the graphical display helps quite a bit. Is that it? Oh no, yeah, that's it. So yeah, that's the inline comments extension. I definitely hope people check it out and try it out. I think it fills a big gap in the functionality of MediaWiki. It's something people had asked about quite a bit before. So on to the actual talk. Okay, cool. So this talk is about forage, although it's really about wiki-based stuff in general, but a little bit about me. I gave the joke away there, but so Wikidata is a Wikimedia site that was launched in 2012. It's there at wikidata.org. It has 1.6 billion facts or statements, which on Wikidata are referred to as claims, or almost 1.6 billion. It's obviously growing all the time. I would say it's the most important source of structured general knowledge in the world, and finally, it has a mediocre user interface. Notice I didn't say it's a bad interface. It has strengths and weaknesses. Obviously, the important thing is that it allows for adding queryable information on just about every topic. It's fully multilingual, which is amazing. I mean, you can edit it and read it as a user in any language, any of hundreds of languages, and the interface will be consistent throughout, regardless. And it does have autocompletion to help with data entry, which is substantially helpful. There are some weaknesses. There's minimal help on which kinds of data go with which page types, and there's no inline querying, visualization, or drill down, and I'll show what I mean by those. So here is just a screenshot from the bay leaf item on Wikidata. That's a kind of leaf that's used in cooking. So there's 6 total statements. You can see a little box for each of these. There's other information, obviously. There's identifiers and all that, but this is in terms of actual information. This is what's available, and one of them is the image, of course. So what information is missing? It's hard to tell. Obviously, it's hard to tell because this is a tiny screenshot, but even if you look at the actual page, it's hard to know what kind of information would be expected from similar types of items that's not here. And then even if you do know what information is missing, if you can think of something specific, it's hard to know how to add it. Obviously, there's just the technical aspects of knowing how to add information, but then there's figuring out which property or properties to use for each piece of information. And there's no obvious way to know that, especially for a beginner. So yeah, Wikibase is the set of MediaWiki extensions that power Wikidata. Wikidata runs on MediaWiki plus the set of extensions. It's not just one extension. It's developed by Wikimedia Deutschland, and there's the URL. So should you run your own Wikibase instance? My view is given the problems with the user interface, only if your data is very unstructured, by which I mean diffuse, or very multilingual. For most data sets, there are better tools that exist, and you've presumably heard about some or all of these: Pageforms, Flexform, Cargo, Semantic, MediaWiki, Visual Data. I haven't used all of these, so I can't say for sure that they're all superior to Wikibase, but it's certainly possible. Are there good uses of Wikibase outside of Wikidata? The only one I know of, I mean, there are hundreds, but the only one I know of that I would consider a worthwhile use of Wikibase is one called Lingua Libre, which is run by Wikimedia France, which holds pronunciation recordings for all languages. That's, as multilingual as it gets. So there's a real need to have an interface that works regardless of one's language. It's actually moving to become a non-wiki wrapper around Wikidata and Wikimedia Commons. They're moving all the recording data to Wikimedia Commons, and then this thing is just going to be the thing that displays and helps you upload that information. You can already see. I can show it to you, but it's not that. It's mostly non-working at this point, but the skeleton is already there. dev.lingualibre.org. I think there's an inherent paradox in using Wikibases. If your data is already broad or multilingual enough to justify using Wikibase, there's a good chance that you can just put it directly into Wikidata. And there's no shortage of information that can and should be added to Wikidata. But regardless, certainly the user interface of Wikidata bears improvement, and of course, for all the people who do use Wikibase, it makes sense to have those same improvements. So I and some other people have come up with a set of recommended, sort of a suite of recommended tools, all open source, to make Wikibase-driven wikis, including Wikidata, more normal. And there's a URL for it. Let me show it here. So basically, it just enumerates the things that I wanted to describe. Gosh, it's taking a while to load. Okay, so has it loaded? All right, so yeah, you can go through here and look at these at your leisure. So there's no built-in inline querying in Wikibase. Just as an example, not to pick on one wiki, but here's a Wikibase instance called Open Data Kerala, which is actually hosted with Wikibase Cloud. They have here a listing of all the municipalities in Kerala, which if anyone uses Cargo or Semantic MediaWiki, this kind of display looks quite familiar. But as we said, there's no inline querying built in. So how did they do this? Well, as painful as it sounds, if you look at the source wiki text, it's all just hard-coded tables. If you look at the history, it's not as bad as it looks because it wasn't done by hand. They have this bot that goes through and does Sparkle queries and updates the page based on those, but it's still quite awkward. So the recommended solution is to instead use a combination of two MediaWiki extensions, external data and Cargo. Cargo here is not actually used for its data storage, but just for its visualization code, the formats that it defines. And there's a demo. So this is actually a demo of my own personal wiki querying Wikidata's wiki, but there's no reason why a wiki can't query itself. Granted, the chances of Wikidata itself installing the external data or Cargo extension seems small, but it's an option or something similar. So here, just three examples. Here's one where it just gets directly information about one item, which is neon. Here's one where it generates a table of paintings. And then this last one is the one that actually uses Cargo. It gets the coordinate data for all buildings in Spain with Baroque architecture, and then passes that to the Cargo Google Maps format. So that is pretty neat, I think. So let me just, I just got a notification about something. Okay, I'm always paranoid that no one can hear and or see what I'm doing. So I just wanted to make sure. Issue number 2 is no drill down interface. There's a open source tool called Anvesha created by Sahaj Khandelwal and myself that helps to fill in that functionality. It powers a site called Wikidata Walkabout, which provides drill down for Wikidata. So here's Wikidata Walkabout. It's really fun. I think I always enjoy clicking through and seeing all these information patterns that show up and all that kind of stuff. it's at wikidatawalkabout.org. So let me just click on a random thing here. Literary work. You can see the listing of all 400,000 or so items that are described as literary works, and then you can filter based on all sorts of properties. I just clicked country of origin, so it's going to list countries in declining order from most popular to least. So let me just click on a random one. So there's about 3,000 works from Spain, and I can click on genre. Okay, so there's let's see, 12 crime fiction books from Spain. And so on and so forth. And this is fully multilingual, making use of the fact that all the data from Wikidata is multilingual. That includes the data itself and all the values and property names and so forth. So here now this same information is in French, and you can keep filtering and so on. Definitely check that out. And anyone using Wikibase can use this, can set up an instance of Envesha themselves. They just need to change some of the property IDs. It just won at the most recent Wikimania over the summer, the Wikimedia Coolest Tool Award in the tiny category, because for tools that only do one thing. So that was exciting. The basic philosophy of it is that it uses a number of helper properties to define a data structure. It uses instance of to get the set of pages in any one class. It uses subclass of to determine the subclasses of each class, and then it uses properties for this type to get the filters for each class. It's not that important, but class is really the key word here. I feel like once you take a class-oriented approach to data, the interface sort of falls into place from that, as opposed to just viewing Wikidata or anything else as just a random collection of items and their values. Gosh. Okay, so yeah, the third big issue is that more structured editing is needed. So there's the newest element of enhanced Wikibase is a JavaScript script called Forage that was created just this year by Sanjay Tyagarajan, Naresh Kumar, and myself. It's on GitHub, even though it's just a single file, and then you can find it there on Wikidata at that file. So to use it on Wikidata, all you need to do is just add that one line to your common.js subpage. And then similarly, as with the Envesha thing, you can use it on your own Wikibase instance by just changing around the IDs. They say never to do a live demo, but throwing caution to the wind. Here's the script itself. If just a bunch of JavaScript, as you might imagine. So I figured I would try to use something local. So here I found the item for Michael Ludwig, or Michael Ludwig, who I believe is the current mayor of Vienna. Here you can see, well, it's sort of the same problem as we saw before. It certainly looks complete, but what data is missing, if anything, or is this fully complete? Here's the guy. This script adds a tab called Add Property Values. It looks like it's defined by the interface itself, but no, it's added by the script Forage. And once this loads, it's going to provide an alternate interface only for adding data. You can't use it to edit or remove data. So it's certainly newcomer friendly. You can't mess things up too much with it. So there's various things that you can see that are gaps, although it's hard to fill in some of these. Obviously, some of them are not gaps. Anything relating to death is not relevant because he's still alive. Anything relating to family members or that kind of thing is trickier because you would need to first create a new Wikidata item for that person before you define the relationship. So yeah, some of these things, field of training, field of work, could certainly be added. I found one influenced by that looks interesting. So on the Wikipedia article for Michael Ludwig, if and when it loads, I found a sentence that seems to point to an influence, which is here we go. He grew up under the governments of SPO Chancellor Bruno Kreisky, who he cites as his political idol. And there's a similar sentence in the German article. So that seems good enough. This is it. I'm doing a live editing of Wikidata right now. Here we go. This seems to be the guy, Bruno Kreisky. I'll click publish. And there we go. So now, now if I go here, let me do a search for Bruno. There he is. So this is, I mean, you know, it worked. To be fair, this is not a complete addition because it requires a reference, and it's good to have a reference for every piece of data, every claim on Wikidata. So I looked it up. I could just cite Wikipedia, but that's not ideal, obviously. And there's no citation there, unfortunately, on either the English or German articles about him. But I did do a little research. I found this article in the Austrian newspaper Die Presse, which well, my German is a little rusty, but I found this sentence: Der Mann, der Bruno Kreisky als Vorbild nennt, which I believe is good enough evidence that he is indeed an influence. So let me copy that URL. Add reference. Reference URL. And it would be great if Forage allowed for this sort of thing, but we wanted to err on the side of simplicity. There we go. Completely cited fact. So yeah, so that's Forage. I recommend anyone check it out either on Wikidata or Wikibase. And it's not intended as a substitute for the main viewing or editing interface, just as a complement, especially for new users. And I guess that's it. Thanks, and I'm happy to answer any questions if there's any time left about any of that, really. No, it's here, yeah. Yeah, that was easy. Yeah, if that weren't there, that would have been the obvious information to add. But yeah, these qualifiers you could not add with they're called qualifiers in Wikidata/Wikibase notation terminology. This kind of thing you can't add with Forage either. You'd have to do it directly in the Wikidata interface. How interesting. Well, when you say Wikidata, I think you mean Wikibase for everything that's not actually on wikidata.org. No, there's no way. This one you can't. No, you can't have it access more than one data source. But interestingly, if you want to do a display querying that, then you can, because this uses Sparkle, and I'll admit one of the really nice benefits of using Wikidata or Wikibase is that it has that Sparkle output, and Sparkle lets you easily query multiple sources and join them at once. So you could do some complicated queries and display them in a convenient way. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Today, I only have 10 minutes, so this is kind of a teaser. If you have more interest into it, there is the honor chance on Wednesday. So this is about our open semantic lab, semantic MediaWiki stack we call Open Semantic Lab because it's for scientific purposes, because I'm actually also a material scientist and we want to store a lot of complex data. And this is about what we changed to what we changed in MediaWiki or in Semantic MediaWiki to better reflect our use cases. We want to build large knowledge graphs. This is what we want to do. And Jörn already provided this perfect introduction into the issue that nobody actually wants to draw triple by triple into this data set or make statement after statement on a person. So we want to have a pattern on that tells us this is a typical person pattern, it's a typical process pattern. You just need to fill out the mandatory fields and then you may add some additional ones. How can we achieve that was our question, and how can we then build our platform like something where you can put the patterns in, means to have a pattern in the form of a data schema and also the semantic annotations, maybe optionally, and then the platform transforms to anything what you want to have. If you have patterns to document your experiments, you have some electronic lab journal. If you have a pattern for a project, it becomes a project management tool, and so on. I can also, there are good arguments why not store data in templates like we used to. And this is our concept, how we do it. That means that we use the multi-slots of MediaWiki stack to store different kind of informations. That means that basically every page has a JSON data slot where the structured data lies, so it's not very innovative, but data in a JSON data slot can be described by a JSON schema slot. And this is typically individual page
is in a category, and the category page has then the schema that describes the JSON data slot of this individual. Kind of makes sense. So if something is in the category of a person, then it also should comply to the schema of a person. And more, we can even, of course, then build our class hierarchies, and then we inherit also the schema. So a user is maybe a person who has additionally username, means that the schema of user is slightly extending the person's schema, as the category is a little bit more specific. And we can also, this is great, it's also very useful, we can also model classes with meta classes. We can also have kind of categories of categories to build them more easily or to sort them additionally. And of course, we need to think visually, so we can, of course, use templates as we used to. So we can feed all the structured data also in the main slot, where we can have usual MediaWiki templates. And we can also came around it with embedding MediaWiki templates, or also lighter mustache templates in the JSON schema, meaning that if you have a very nested, let's say, GPS coordination, and you want to display a map, you just have this evaluation template that renders this map with MediaWiki parser functions. But this is in the schema without invalidating the schema as a JSON schema, but our parser then would place this map in the info box and not the bar coordinates, for example. But you can then place the templates on the data where they are really needed and not on a very other position. And yeah, of course, then it's also easy to use page exchange, for example, to be bundled on a lot of the schemas to make them shareable in our instances. Yeah, we also thought about how relates this to other existing technologies, and of course, people like programming and they like to build their classes in Python, Pydantic, and other people like knowledge graphs, so they think in RDF and shackle shapes in OWL, and I think there is some good connection in between, and this is what we call the OOLD schema. This is basically the idea that we have JSON in the center, of course, and we have JSON schema describing the structure of our JSON, and this gives us access to arbitrary set of tools. For example, we can generate open API endpoints. We can generate Python classes. We can, most important for us, generate HTML forms, and we can also put JSON-LD on that. So we have RDF, or we can also use JSON-LD, of course, to generate semantic MediaWiki property annotations by using actually format that is well understood outside MediaWiki, because it's not specific, but we can interpret it with our semantic MediaWiki stack. We can render it with our existing templates. But if you put the data to somebody else, he can also use it directly. Yeah, you can. This is our growing formal description, but the basic minimalistic schema would look like that. You would have the JSON schema part telling a person is an object in a technical sense. It has a name property, and name maps to schema org name. So it's the syntactical shape and the semantic meaning of these properties into one container, and you can then build a complex hierarchy and refer to external definitions, etc. And here's a little playground. Looks complicated, but on the left side is the schema itself. And here you see the form that is generated, and this is completely fully automated. So if you would modify your schema to provide another field, then of course, because it's fully automated, you will get your new rendering instantly. So you have additional H field if you need it. But anyway, the user can then manipulate the data. He gets structured output here all in YAML for readability. And the context can be used to generate actual triples by the JSON-LD standard. So at the end, you will have this bunch of RDF if you're interested into seeing it, but typically you maybe store it just on a triple store and forget about that. So the user has his tools, and this tool makes everything in the background. And if you are a programmer, you can do the same with Python. So we just replace the form slot here with a Python viewer, and then you see this is the class hierarchy you would get in Python, but then you can, as a programmer, you can generate the same data, which exports to the same RDF by using the exact same schema definition as a base. Okay, this was maybe a little bit theoretical. Of course, we use this in production, and you typically have on a lot of categories, and every category in the system has a schema. That means also you can click on any category here and it will render a form. So this form is completely based on the project schema of a project, and as I said, so you have the actually fields that we find necessary, and of course there is a autocomplete feature that queries the knowledge graph behind. For example, existing organizational units are listed, so you can find existing properties. Yeah, so this all we get. So we write our schemas, they store the data, they render the data, and they auto-generate user interfaces for them, and they can also auto-generate code to make everything programmatically. And also as an extension to the usual forms we know, we can of course build also very complex ones. For example, here you have samples in a nested form, and each sample has properties. Then you can assign tasks to samples. So tasks another nested structure, and in the nested structure there's maybe a reference to the sample that was used, and here you can then pick the samples you already defined, so you can really build very complex nested structures if you need them. And the final point I want to come to in this short intro is the fact that another useful application pops up, and this is large language models. Recent added feature is structured output, meaning you provide, one can guess, a JSON schema and ask the LLM for completion. So they say, here's some information, please try to complete a schema. And it means that we can feed any category, any form we have to the LLM and ask for assistance. And this is assistance, and this is of course pretty neat. For example, you want to create an organization. Here's the class, and then typically you need to look up all the information about, for example, Fraunhofer, but it is easier, of course, because Fraunhofer is quite in the knowledge of the LLM already encoded. You can just write Fraunhofer, and then you click on AI completion, meaning that we feed the schema, the existing filled out form fields, to the LLM, and it will write a description for us, also in multiple languages, provide an address and a link, all in a few seconds. And this works for every category write without any additional tools, because it's all very generic implemented. Just as another example, we can have, for example, we have a publication. You want to store a PDF abstract in your system, and you may have just the PDF. So this is then a file attachment. So typically PDF abstract, so there's no structure in it. There is some names and some text, obviously, maybe some references. And then you just say, okay, there's a paper, and here's the PDF. And then, of course, the same thing happens, but additionally, the PDF is, of course, extracted as text, and this is also fed into context. And then this context is also used to answer the question, what is, for example, a list of authors here. Okay, in this case, it makes something different. I expected, so it tries to get some statements, but it depends on the degrees of freedom in your schema, what actually is then created. Yeah. But at the end, we also have, of course, the feature that you look up if you find a name and the name is on a knowledge base, it can also look up then the name and find the right identifier, for example. So now we have here the author list as expected, and it's not, it's putting the name of Simon Astier, for example, here, and at the loading time is a little bit slow, but it will also fetch the right ID of this name and store this ID. So you also can link to existing objects. Okay, yeah, that's it. I think this is a short overview what we get if you stick to external well-used standards, and how it really can speed up things by software automation and data automation, and also helps with LLMs because it really uses only the very specific information that is helpful for the LLM, and not providing tons of PDFs that mostly are not relevant for completion reform. Thank you. Yeah.
Maybe one question due to the time limit. One question.
Yeah, I have one question. Where do you store the data and how?
Yeah, so all data is stored in this, in a slot. So we have the slots, and the JSON data slot contains all the data.
All the data. Have you ever thought, because well, I have a similar setup, but I decided that I don't want, because it can be lots of data, and perhaps you can have external data. Do you have, is all the data from people within the organization, let's say, safe, or do other people, can other people add data at some time? Can you publish a form to the world and that you can gather data from outside? And if you do, then you probably wouldn't want to store the data in slots, but in an external data store.
Yeah, I mean, basically this forms just generate JSON, and or JSON-LD precisely, and where you store this is then you can provide any backend that's capable to store JSON, and this is also for us important. I mean, Semantic MediaWiki is a nice stack, but if you really have a high data scenario, it's much too slow. So if you maybe skip all the visualization and the user interface, and of course, there are more performant backends, like a simple document store that just you throw the data in. But I think it's important that Wikibase has this, as already said, they separate the data editor very much from the usually Wiki interface. And there are some bots that shuffle data from the one side to the another one. And here I think it's nice to have it integrated, so you can have a well-guided and structured form to edit the data. But if you directly get a proper visualization of it, so there's no, it would be like Wikipedia and Wikidata really merged into the same user interface.
Okay, thank you, Simon.
See if I can turn on my camera, you guys. See if I can turn on my camera, you guys. All right. Wait. Yeah. Let's dive straight in. So hello, I'm Jimmy. I'm a developer at Wikibase Solutions, and I'm very excited to talk with you today, mainly because it's my first time ever speaking on a MediaWiki user and developer conference, and I'm just very thrilled to speak to the elite users and developers of MediaWiki. So today I would like to talk with you about the category manager and Wiki search cleanup enhancements we are creating for our customer this year, because the customer has a very common issue. He has a very large wiki with a lot of pages, a lot of categories, but no good structure in these. So the categories don't have any good hierarchy, and a lot of pages are uncategorized. This is a problem we wanted to solve, and that's why we created the category manager and Wiki search cleanup page. And we were able to create this using the OpenCSP platform and leveraging the possibilities of the structured data and the possibility to set properties and categories using the templates. So it's a great way to show the capabilities of OpenCSP actually. So let's start with the category manager. It has two main features. You can conveniently display categories. As you can see on the top left corner, I hope it's not too small for you, but you can see the categories in a folder-like or tree-like structure, where if you have subcategories, it would create a folder, and you can unfold to unveil all the subcategories. And you can also search and select categories. Then you can also use the category manager to manage your categories. Shocker. You can think about creating, renaming, moving, or deleting categories. So that's actually very useful to get a grip on all the messy categories you have on a large wiki. You can create a good overview, and you can create hierarchy in your categories. So so it would save a lot of time for yourself, but also for your fellow wiki users, so they can just grasp an idea of what information you have on the wiki. So I already told you this, but it's made using or leveraging the possibilities of CSP platform. Those of you still unfamiliar with CSP, maybe rewind a bit back to the afternoon while where Charlot did a presentation on OpenCSP. And you can also check opencsp.org if you still want more information. So over here I have a quick screenshot of the category manager, and then specifically the overview we create. Over here we put it in the left sidebar, demonstrating how you can easily display it on the sidebar or on a page, so that every user can very easily search pages, search categories, and just find the information they are looking for. Let's zoom in on it a bit. You can see if I hover over business functions, I get a pop-up where if I would press view category, I can visit the category page. And on the category page, I can view all the pages that are categorized as business functions. If you look closely, you can see a small number at the end of the category name, and that would actually indicate how much pages are inside that category. So this can be very useful to quickly determine how large a specific category is, or in the case of use case, for example, if it only has one page. You can also use the search function to quickly search through the categories. And to add to that, it wouldn't be an issue to search any subcategories. So as you can see, soccer is a subcategory of Charlie's Life Basics. And you can see it conveniently unfolded to unveil the category soccer. So you can just easily view and go edit the category or view pages in that category. And this is the category manager itself. On the left-hand side, you can view the overview that we just discussed, but we can see some new things. You have a create new button to create a new category. And if you can see it highlighted. I have selected rugby here. And then on the right-hand side, I can see some quick statistics of the category. I can see that it has 0 subcategories and 2 pages. This is useful information if you're going to move a certain category or rename it. Then you instantly know how much pages how much pages will be affected. And also if you would move, rename or delete it, you would know what will happen. So you have those options as well. And what's important to mention here is that you can select multiple categories on the left-hand side. So you can use Control Shift or whatever button you have on your own machine to do this, but you can select multiple categories and move them all into another category. This can be particularly useful because you may have a wiki with a lot of categories, but maybe a lot of categories are very similar. And in that case, you can move them all into one bigger category and yeah, kind of make them subcategories. Then lastly, I would like to talk with you about the cleanup page. This is something we have created using Wikisearch and FlexForm. Those of you unfamiliar with Wikisearch, it's a search tool we have created that has more functionality than the normal search. You can have custom queries to manage what pages you want to pop up in the results. And you can also have custom search facets. In this case, we have type, but you can have endless possibilities with custom search filters or facets to select pages. To add to that, you can have a custom template to view each result in. This is what I used here to create this page because I utilized FlexForm in this specific template to change the pages. And FlexForm is an alternative extension to PageForm, which makes it very easy to edit pages and even more easy to edit pages that are on an OpenCSP wiki. And the result of this combination is that we can head to the top of the page and we can choose a property to change. So we can change every semantic MediaWiki property. We can even change the category or even the class, and then fill in a new value and set it. After we have set it, we can either add, replace, or remove the value. So in the end, a good use case would be to create a very narrow selection of the pages you want using and leveraging Wikisearch, and then you can give all of these categories or all of these pages a category, or give all of these pages a keyword. Maybe you would be able to search for pages that contain the word fruit, and then you would be able to assign the keyword fruit to all those pages. So in this way you can get a very good overview of all the pages you have on the wiki, and using the category manager you can get with a lot of pages. This was my lightning talk. I think it was very quick, so yeah, I hope it was clear and you enjoyed. And if you have any questions, let me know. Great. Yeah, and I think like what Charlie said, if you don't have any questions, it must be a good presentation. So happy. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you. Yes, we are getting a baby soon, so I cannot join in person. All right. Can everybody hear me well? Let me share my screen. Is this visible? Wait, I can hear myself. All right. There I'll go. So this presentation today is about integrating MediaWiki with Microsoft 365. Let me shortly introduce myself. Thank you, Bernard, already for the introduction. So my name is Victor Schelling, long history working with MediaWiki indeed, more than 10 years now, I think. I work for Pegasystems, and Pegasystems has a huge wiki, an enterprise wiki with lots of unstructured data in there. Many users. We use Semantic MediaWiki too. We use structured discussions and a couple other add-ons, but it's quite a simple wiki actually under the hood. So Microsoft 365 and MediaWiki have typically not been, well, how would you say that, friends? There's usually, I think, a couple of us work in organizations where they use Microsoft. There's no getting around that. And these persons typically like to use SharePoint, and MediaWiki has its own benefits. This is, I think, an endless discussion, and we'll have no winners. The MediaWiki has its own use case, and SharePoint too, of course. So let's take a look at what makes Microsoft 365 actually decent. Well, I always think that their homepage is pretty good in terms of discoverability, at least. You can immediately see across all services that it offers what's happening. And then in particular, it shows you what is happening in your sort of bubble, your direct colleagues, what they're working on, which makes it really easy to recover a file that has been maybe shared with you some time ago, or to discover some new page that is being worked on. And the search is also good. It offers a federated search. It can search among many applications, also has a people index. So yeah, let's see. So how did actually Microsoft actually accomplish that? So you can imagine that it has so many services that with their own APIs, that at some point they scratched their head and they figured, hey, maybe we have to create a single front door for all of our applications. And that's when they come up with something called the Microsoft Graph. This is called a graph because it connects all the services. It's not called a graph because it's a knowledge graph per se. So this offered a single API that can be used to query all of their data. And if they are using it themselves too for creating that front page, and probably in other places as well. So you only have to authorize once, and you only get data back that you're allowed to see, or if you have a higher level permission, then you get to see everything, of course, but pretty rare to get that access level. So that is a really nice model for them. So we found out a while ago that you can add your MediaWiki data to Microsoft Graph and have it integrated, well, basically on the level of their native services on those home places like the homepage of Microsoft 365. And you can do this through something called a Microsoft Graph connector. You can see it on the right. Microsoft Graph ingests data from 365 products, Windows 10, and Enterprise Mobility and Security. And you can add your own external data to it. And then, for example, their search interface and also their interfaces like timeline, portals, and etc. They call that graph to display the information. So we want that because we want to narrow the gap between Microsoft and MediaWiki at our company. So we've been looking into that, and they have a couple off-the-shelf connectors, among which is MediaWiki. They also have Salesforce, Confluence, but it turned out that the MediaWiki connector is a little bit limited in some ways. I'll step into that later. But if you get it hooked up, it's really easy to install. I'll dive into the limitations in the next slide. But you'll enable the following discoverability services, search. You can reference files within Microsoft 365 applications. You have the Viva platform, which enables stuff like insights. So what are trending items, maybe trending pages at your company, which ones are getting the most views. Context IQ is for referencing a page. Well, I'm not sure about the context IQ at the moment. I think the primary doubting point for me is what the difference is between app and context IQ, but they are, I think app is used for searching within stuff like SharePoint, and context IQ is, for example, when you're within Teams, you type a forward slash, and then it can suggest, for example, a wiki page for you to reference in your conversation. And then there's M365 Copilot, which is sort of the enterprise ChatGPT version that Microsoft developed, which can tap into your whole enterprise data suite and take role-based access control into account to answer any of the questions you have. So the limitations of that, let's dive into that shortly. The ones I marked in bold are important. I'll get to that. So it works out of the box. That is very important. A limitation is that it's cloud-based only because it has to connect from a server that Microsoft has directly to your instance, so it needs to access it. It can only do basic auth or OAuth 2.0, so it does not take into account access control list. It can only index the main category and file namespace, unfortunately. And this one is pretty important. It does not have, it does not ingest activity records. So it does not ingest, for example, that I modified a page a couple minutes ago. So you will not be able to see with this connector that, for example, I opened up a page or edited a page a short time ago and thus improving discoverability. It also does not allow you to synchronize Semantic MediaWiki properties, which does offer a substantial benefit to the content that you can search through from Microsoft. So we wanted to create a little bit of a better one because, well, this is just sort of a placeholder picture. It only allows you half of the capabilities that Microsoft can offer you with that out-of-the-box connector. And the primary things for those are no activity records, no SMW data, and a very limited set of namespaces. So we've been starting on this a couple months ago, and this is where we are currently at. We have built a custom graph connector. Mind you, this was not easy to begin with. It was a sort of a greenfield research for us. It's also written in .NET, which is something new for us. So we did add the flexibility in namespaces and the inclusion of semantic properties, and we got our content actually in Microsoft Graph. So that is very good, and the search results are very good. But you can see that because we did not synchronize activity records yet, it does not personalize the result yet for you. And then after that, we need to make it production ready to do code cleanup and everything. And one thing we've decided that we'll not be doing is ACL. So we have a very open wiki at Knowledge Hub at Pegasystems. So we do not use the extension lockdown, for example, so certain sections are not locked off, and therefore we have decided not to implement that. So if anybody else might want to implement that later, that is certainly possible. So those were a couple of the challenges. Another challenge for us, which is ongoing, is creating, well, we've developed it for Pega's use case now, of course, and we really like to give back to the community. And we still have to find a way to package it in a way that it is usable for others. So I can promise you that we're thinking about it, and we are committed to it, but we have no substantial plans now for releasing it yet. But if anybody wants to try it out for themselves, creating a custom connector, then of course I'm always ready to and happy to help. So the activity sync requirements is also a little bit harder because this requires more data on your wiki that is typically there. For example, you have to track view logs already because you want to synchronize those to Microsoft to create that personalization. Also, Microsoft user IDs are required on the MediaWiki site, and you probably want something like SSO login, which is already connected to Microsoft AD for actually grabbing those. And this I think is technically a step too far to go into this with this presentation, but it also requires different infrastructure to synchronize. So we are far from done yet, but I think this is a very, very exciting technology we're tapping into, and the business value for this is just tremendous. It is really, I think, the way for bringing MediaWiki and Microsoft together. So I think I only have 10 minutes, and that's it for now. So let's ask, are there any questions? Thank you, and also thank you for all the help you've offered already so far. Great, thank you. Also, full disclaimer, we didn't roll out Copilot company-wide yet. We are still in an evaluation period. Thank you. Bye, everyone.
Recording stopped.
Okay. Hello? You can hear me? Okay. So I actually I'm gonna do like 1.5 talks that should overall take 15 minutes at most. Okay. That's not what I meant. Slideshow. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to talk about is, earlier today we heard about how not everyone's on 1.4.2 yet. A lot of people aren't on 1.4.2. So I'm talking about features and gadgets that got released with 1.4.2, and I think they're very cool. And at WikiGG, we are not on 1.4.2, we're on 1.4.1, but we backported a bunch of this. And I want to convince you that even if you aren't, you hopefully will be on 1.4.3 soon. But even if you are a little bit farther behind, I want to convince you that this is worth backporting, or maybe upgrade to 1.4.3 now, soon, when it's released. So a caveat about CSS that my platform engineer made me write is that he does not like CSS-only gadgets because Resource Loader comes with too much overhead. And you can use the extension template styles instead. Personally, I don't love template styles because the linter, the validator is a little bad, and even with like the better validator that you can install for template styles, it's still a little bad. My personal preference is to put CSS-only gadgets also and use gadgets for any kind of code organization when we're talking about like CSS and JS. But you do have to be aware that there's going to be a performance degradation compared to using template styles if you're doing CSS only. So my example is going to use JavaScript, and my recommendation is that this is if you need to do targeted JavaScript specifically. And just a note that if you do want to put both your styles and your scripts into a gadget, you might need to make two separate gadgets for the same template, one of them loading the JavaScript and one of them loading the CSS, and the CSS one would have type equal styles so that it gets put in the header instead of loaded late with Resource Loader. Okay, so how does it work? This is the outline of what you would need to do. So the key feature, the awesome feature that gadgets got in 1.4.2 is categories. So this is a parameter that you can use when you're setting up the gadget, and you could already restrict based on like user rights. So, and I do mean rights, not groups. So you can make a particular gadget only available if someone has the edit right, or only if they have the delete right, if you want to try and target it as sysops only. And a new parameter that got added to that little options slug that you get to put in the middle of your gadget is categories. And please, if you are looking at the subpage gadgets that are coming in 1.4.3, please don't get confused between category, which is different, and categories, which is what I'm talking about today. They are different parameters, they mean totally different things, and they're both used in the new JSON schema. We're not talking about that today, but don't get confused like I did. So this is categories, plural. Even if you're only restricting it to one single category, it's still categories, plural. And this you would do at MediaWiki gadgets definition. Remember, plural us, singular definition, gadgets definition. All of this is going to change a little bit in terms of like where you define stuff, starting with 1.4.3 and gadget subpages, but that's a bit out of scope for today because I didn't sign up for a talk on time. And then you may have to purge the cache of all of your pages if you are newly adding this, this code separation. So part one is to add a category. So over here we have an example template, which we're saying is template timer. There's going to be some actual code here. Right now, obviously, if you ran this, it would print your, because I typoed, your template content goes here. Is what it would actually output, but pretend that there's like some thing here to generate a timer. And a timer is a good example of something that you might want to use this strategy for, because timers require a bunch of code. Most likely, you're going to have to run a jQuery selector at the start of every page load to see if there actually is indeed a timer on that page. And so that's just one extra thing that you have to do in JavaScript when JavaScript loads, and it might stop something else that is impactful from happening, and we just really don't like loading and running JavaScript unless we actually have to. And if you updated your code and you introduced a bug, then the bug would be deployed on the entire wiki if you put it into common.js, and if you do it in gadgets, then it would only happen on the actual pages with timers. So lots of reasons that you don't want to shove everything into common.js, and now you can target categories better. So the second, and then notice that at this template, can you see my, okay, no, my cursor's hidden. So you can actually see that pages with timers category, and that's gonna have to be here. Everything is going to be built around the fact that we're going to now have this category pages with timers. So then at that category, and you can call it anything you like. I like calling pages with something that's like pages with DPL parser functions, pages using whatever. You could say pages using timers, call it whatever you want. Just be specific or be consistent in your choice. So we're going to say pages with timers, and then we use hidden cat because this category is actually not intended for user consumption, and it's also not really a tracking category. It's literally just here because it was decided not to make a templates parameter in gadgets, and instead they made categories. And since they made categories, we got to make a hidden category for every template. So then I also would like to categorize each of these categories as categories for gadgets, so that categories for gadgets contain all of the categories that are for gadgets, and then that just helps you, that helps your maintenance, so that when you're gone, the next person doesn't say, what is this category doing? And then deletes it, and then all of the code works, and they're like, why isn't the code working? So, you know, self-documenting. So this is what you would put at the timer. I've written a very complicated, complex logic here, guaranteed to work in any circumstance whatsoever. No matter what you want the timer for, you can use this and just make them open the page at the right time. So this is the timer. Obviously, you put whatever JavaScript you want here. Generally, timers are going to be a lot of code, so you have to send the extra bundle there. And so you just don't want the timer to be imported on every single page. And also usually a timer will only be for like 3 pages total. So I think a timer is like a really good example of a gadget that or of a snippet of JavaScript that you would actually want to do this for. And then the next thing is that at gadgets definition, again, gadgets definition, it's not gadget definitions, it's gadgets definition. We make our, and then of course here it's gadget singular hyphen timer. Don't get confused. Okay. So this is our timer definition, and it's compatible with resource loader, and then it's going to be default and hidden because this is not actually user preference. We're not using gadgets here. Like normally when you write a gadget, the reason is that a user might want to opt in or opt out of it, or maybe you want to restrict it to a certain user class or something. This is actually part of our core code on the wiki, and we don't want users to be able to turn it off. We don't want a user to go like, what, this timer gadget? I don't want a timer gadget, and then they turn it off. And then you get a support ticket a year later. Why aren't the timers working on this wiki? So don't even give them the option to turn it off. It's default, it's always enabled, it's hidden, they can't turn it off. And then it's restricted to categories, pages with timers. That category is the category that we put here. So just make them match, and then it doesn't matter what you call it. And then the timer.js at the end is to include this page with gadget singular. And then finally, you purge your cache on all. So if you haven't yet implemented any timer and you're doing this from the very start, you're done. You don't have to do anything else. But if your gadget.js is currently in common.js and you're doing a refactor, then you're going to have to go back and purge every single page that includes this template, because otherwise the HTML cache won't be updated and it won't know that it has to load this extra gadget and nothing will break, and people are like, why isn't the wiki working? And then you do the purge cache and you're like, can you refresh and try again? And then you like gaslight your user base that it actually was working before. So just purge cache. You can do that easily with PWB. And that's it, you're done. So instead of doing an outro now, I'm gonna talk about my other thing. How much time do I have left? I have like 5 minutes? 5 minutes?
Should have had a timer.
I have no time. 2 minutes? hey, Ed, I have the timer. It's right here. It's right here. Yeah, wait, hold on. Let me, you still have, there we go, great. Fantastic. Okay, so this second talk was completely not prepared at all until 2 nights ago. I was talking with Cindy and Brian, and we were looking at the schedule, and we saw something about like extension versioning. And so then we were chatting like, what could extension versioning be? And then we came up with this idea. So this is actually like now a relatively serious proposal. I think this is actually a really good idea for how to start doing numbering of extensions. And I'm not going to full screen because I need the speaker notes. So like with extensions, multiple people have talked about semantic versioning, which is like when you have breaking, change, major, minor. And that's how most MediaWiki extensions are, with like the 3, you have like breaking, can you, yeah, okay, so like breaking, major, minor, major, minor, bug fix. Yeah, so major, minor, bug fix, and then breaking changes are allowed in major. But then you have an issue, and you can just see my speaker notes at the bottom. So pretend that we have this timeline. And so 143 is about to come out, so we're going to make our val 143 branch. And everyone's happy, our extension is working great. 143 happens, it's now a year later, so it's now like January 2026. And we are in rel 145 because it's 2026. And then we make a new feature and we're like, oh, this feature is awesome. Everyone should have this. So then we go, and that new feature actually isn't, like, you don't have to have MediaWiki 1.45 for that feature to work. So then we really want to backport this feature in the extension to all of the previous versions of MediaWiki, like all of the previous release branches of our extension. And we want to say, okay, well, if you're on 143, maybe you can't have the current 145 release branch of my extension, but I backported this super awesome extension to 143. So now the question is, what version is that extension? Like, what version is that? What version is the backport of the cool new feature to 143? And there's not really, well, I think there is an answer, which is this, but as it stands, there's not really an answer, because 145 is going to be like, say we're at like 6.3.2 in 145. And that means that everything lower than 6.3.2 has already happened, and it's not going to have the new feature because the earliest branch that the new feature is in is 6.3.2. And the old release branch, like, you can't exactly increment that, and still, like, that happened in the past. So my proposal is that we should break away from the 3-digit 2-dot numbering for extensions, and then basically we'll prepend the MediaWiki version to every extension version. Originally, I was thinking like it could be with dots, but then like we don't want to be confusing about semantic versioning, so this is maybe a little confusing, and we want to use underscores. So 1_43 is going to be the release version of MediaWiki that you're targeting. And the important thing now, the very important thing, is that every time there's a new release of MediaWiki that you're targeting, you have to re-release your extension at 1.0.0, or if you're at like 0.1.0 or something, if you're not ready for a 1.0 release, that's fine too. So you will re-release your extension as 143 1.0.0, and then on the 143 release branch, you'll keep ticking up this version. So if nothing is compatible with 142 or earlier anymore, then we're never going to touch 142 or earlier. We're just going to keep bumping up the version within 143. But then say we do want to end up backporting something. So we have like, we fix a typo in an I18N string, okay? We fix a typo and then we want to backport that typo fix to 142 and to 141. So let's say that prior to 143 releasing, we were at 142. I'll say 5.0.0. So we have the typo fix in the localization string, and then we're going to bump that to 142.501. So 143, so 143 is on version 1, 142 is on version 5.0.1, and then the answer to, okay, if I'm using version X of MediaWiki, what version of the extension should I get? The answer is always the highest version, the highest release number that's prefixed with your MediaWiki version. And so because this is an alternative to semantic versioning, my proposal is to call this the relational versioning scheme, which coincidentally, MediaWiki release branches are underscored with like REL underscore. So we'll just make that stand for relational versioning. We got REL, we got an alternative to semantic versioning, and that's what I think we should start doing.
Questions, comments? Yes.
Sorry, so just to confirm that I'm understanding correctly, if in 2 weeks or whenever 1.43 is cut, if you continue supporting 1.42, you'll have 142 5.0.1, and you'll also have 143 1.0.0.
Yeah.
And those refer to essentially the same code, even though you're at 1.0 for the 43 version, and 5.0 for the 42 version?
Yes, and I think this is actually a feature and not an issue. because it means that you've actually looked at MediaWiki 1.43 and your code has been touched since 143 was released. And if you just have like one versioning scheme that's independent for MediaWiki, like you look at it and you're like, I don't know if this is compatible with this version. So this ensures that you'll have a current release for every single version of MediaWiki that you're compatible with.
And what would you suggest for extensions that want to be installed via Composer? Because I just checked the like Semver spec, and you can't have the underscores as a valid version number. So I don't know that Composer would allow that. It says, the semver.org just says non-negative integers. So you could have like 142 with no.
Yeah, so I mean, are you allowed to have like an extra period? Could you do like 142 dot, could we do this?
Doesn't look like it.
Well, then I think Composer's dumb.
I've got to agree with Daniel here. This seems really complicated, but I think this is a good idea. It's just, I don't see an extension going through multiple breaking changes for one MediaWiki version. I know your own extensions, they are all compatible with multiple things, so why not just have like, let's say I'm on 1.39 and I'm on version 2.0.5 or whatever, and then I release a version for 1.43, why can't I just call it 1.43.2.0.6 or something, 2.1.0, right?
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you wanted to start from a higher point than 1.0.0, that would work.
Here's the thing, right? I'm an extension maintainer. If I had to follow this, I would just stop writing my extensions, period. Because I'd be spending more brain effort on this, figuring out what version I'm on, than the actual effort I am taking to write my extension. You know what I mean? So, also, yeah, for Composer, right, there are legitimate reasons when, not just with Composer, but like NPM, yarn, right, where you have to specify like a caret or the tilde for like the specific versioning. There's a well-ordered versioning, right? And I don't know how this would fit because it's not.
So my answer would be that like right now the current situation is not good, because if you want to backport something, there's not a good way to communicate to users what version they should download. And literally, this is like, we had a conversation at dinner and tried to make it better. So if there's still problems, then I would invite you to try and also make it better.
Yeah, I think if we maybe at least start with not resetting the major version every time, that might work. And then perhaps having like two, so for Composer, I think probably just have to ditch the major version at the beginning, but then still have the overall, double tag or whatever you want to call it, so that you can still maintain that MediaWiki version with the semantic versioning on there. But yeah, there's a lot of room for improvement, but I think the intentions are really good. There definitely are those issues. So yeah, I think this is a good start. Just some things to keep in mind.
Okay, thank you. So this gives us a lot to talk over during dinner today. Yeah. Okay. So last but not least, we have I don't know how many people will come. Oh, Lozano, you're here. Okay. So we have. Do we have someone online? That we
No, actually, that person last minute, I will explain. But
okay.
no, it's just the three of us, and
Just a few?
I would like to plug in my computer,
yes, sure.
if possible, and maybe you guys might also want to plug in something to show. But yeah.
Where did? Ah, here. HDMI. It seems that the online people cannot hear us very well when we talk into this microphone, which is quite strange because there's only one sound system here. But it seems to work fine with this one. So what we're going to do is, when you talk, please talk closely to the mic, and we will leave this one on, and then we hope also online participants can hear. Yes.
To this mic. We talk closely to this.
No, you can talk into this, and this will pick it up as well. I hope. Yeah. This was the learning. Okay. Yeah. So, Lausanne, I hope you will give a short introduction to Semantic Wikibase, because we discussed it in the session too, but not everyone was there. So I think that's a good opener. So thank you.
Great. Thanks. Thanks so much for having me here, Bernhard, and for making allowances. I just joined like half an hour ago because I'm at another conference in the City Hall for Cultural Heritage and New Technologies. So I'm doing double duty, but I have other colleagues here, and I'll introduce what we'll be talking about today. And I'll try to keep it to about 40 minutes or thereabouts, since I think we're already a little bit over time and people are probably tired. So today we'll be talking about Semantic Wikibase as a kind of panel discussion. We'll share some experiences of the origin of this extension developed by Professional Wiki with our speaker Euron here today. And I'll talk a little bit about what we've been doing with this extension at the TIB, where myself and my colleague Kolja work. And unfortunately, our additional colleague Thorsten Weid from the University of Greifswald cannot join today. Last minute family issue, he apologizes, but I can do a bit of also intro to what he was going to talk about. So we'll start off the panel with a couple of 5-minute impulse presentations by the speakers, and then I will act as a moderator during a brief Q&A amongst ourselves, and then we would really like to, as soon as possible, open to the audience so we can have an interaction. So we will be talking about Semantic Wikibase, and we'll introduce what it is exactly, but Euron very appropriately told me I should first maybe talk a little bit about Wikibase. And before I even jump there, I should probably do a little, as a kind of panel convener, maybe talk a little bit about who we are. You may have already seen our bios on the program, or you probably know Euron and Kolja from other presentations, but I'll say who I am. My name is Zuzana Rosnova. I am currently product manager for Wikibase services at the Open Science Lab. This is a lab within TIB Hanover. TIB Hanover is a German National Library of Science and Technology. It's a public institution in Germany, and we typically develop open source software there. There are other people here in the room today from TIB as well, so I'm sure you'll probably meet more of us along the conference. And we have been using different MediaWiki technologies for a while. I specialize a bit more in Wikibase. We have colleagues here who specialize more in Semantic MediaWiki. And we thought, well, why not bring this whole together? And we have had a long history of collaboration with Professional Wiki through collaborative projects, commissions, etc. So we thought great to also talk to Euron alongside ourselves. So what is Wikibase? Sorry if this is like very familiar to everyone, but I'll try to do it super quick, just as a kind of playing level field for everyone. Wikibase, of course, is the free open source software code base behind Wikidata, and I see some colleagues here from Wikimedia Germany, so that's also nice. And I'm sure you've probably met them already. Wikidata, as you probably know, is the public knowledge base behind the Wikipedia project, so it holds all the data that is then displayed in Wikipedia. And Wikibase is a software released by Wikimedia Germany, and then further developed by a whole wide big community of developers, very similar to the Semantic MediaWiki community that I think most of you here are probably more familiar with that community. And we have been talking with Bernhard and other members of the Semantic MediaWiki community for a while about kind of maybe bringing the two communities together. So today I'm going to try to do a little bit of that as well, bringing the Wikibase community closer. So very quickly, I was asked also to kind of talk a little bit about the data model behind Wikidata, so I'm going to show this literally 1 minute video. Here I am searching for the TIB in Wikidata, and I will highlight a couple of important things here. We can see that Wikidata structures information in the form of statements. Statements can have different data types, like geocoordinates or other items in Wikidata, as we've seen. Important also for people working in research and libraries, we have external identifiers. This is another data type that allows us to interconnect knowledge bases. And here we see the link to Wikipedia, where we can get plain text and data intermixed in the same presentation space. And one thing that, you know, as people working in research that we're not so keen on always putting all of our data in Wikidata is that technically you can add fake statements like this, country France. I mean, I could just publish this. Of course, it will be removed soon by, you know, a community of editors and bots who clean up fake statements or, let's say, untrue statements. But, you know, still the risk is there. So a lot of people who are in research like to use Wikibase as an alternative to Wikidata or as a thing that you can then further connect to Wikidata. Wikibase, as you can see here, looks pretty much the same as Wikidata if you do not add any additional layers of interfaces on top of it. You can create new items and you can create new properties in there which make up your statements. This is also another thing that's a little bit different from Wikidata. We can make our own properties easily without needing community community consensus. And here what I was showing is that in our Wikibases, typically you can only edit if you're logged in already. And this is an example of an extension that we've built. It's an RDF extension built by Professional Wiki for the Wikibase stakeholder group, including the TIB. And yeah, there's basically some differences here that we've already started developing thanks to the fact that Wikibase is open source and we can develop additional extensions on top of it. So a little bit more about the data model itself. What does it actually look like? So this is the Wikidata and Wikibase combined data model. If you don't add anything extra to Wikibase, this is what you'll get out of the box. You have at the top a label for your item. Typically this label would be also, if it's Wikidata, represented in a page in Wikipedia. You have a unique identifier that allows you to have multilinguality. So Q42 would be always the identifier for Douglas Adams, regardless if we're looking at Douglas Adams in English or in German or in any other language. We have statements that contain properties, different from the properties in Semantic MediaWiki typically. And we have values that are associated with these properties. And these values, as mentioned already, can have different kinds of data types. They can be other items in Wikidata. They can be numerical values, they can be dates, geo coordinates, all sorts of things. And this data type situation also can introduce actually some difficulties when we're trying to interconnect the Wikibase extension with Semantic MediaWiki, for example, and we'll hear more about that soon. Other things that are important to say maybe is the fact that we can have qualifiers. So this is like statements on top of statements. This is quite useful when you want to make more complex data structures, but it's not very useful when you want to have efficient querying that we've seen with Kolya in Semantic MediaWiki extension. Also useful for researchers, we can have references. This is something that research people really like, that we can add information about where things are coming from. So all well and good. This is so far great. We really like using Wikibase, and it's allowing researchers and beyond, really, my own background is cultural heritage, so anyone working in cultural heritage, whether it's a GLAM institution like a museum, library, or an archive, or whether it's a university, we have been using Wikibase for various use cases. This is what I consider, I think, fairly uncontroversially to be the first Wikibase public instance outside Wikidata. This is the Rhizome Artbase archive of NetArt. This was the project I worked during my PhD on. And while I love working on Wikibase on this project, we did encounter a lot of limitations. For example, we wanted to represent artwork records that were fairly complex and contained a lot of data, like this fun thing here, which is an early piece of net art called Untitled Scrollbars by a Dutch artist. And what is fun about this piece is that obviously we want to have a presentation that includes multiple images. We wanted to interlink this artwork to its multiple variations. We wanted to have text descriptions about the artwork and some, more additional descriptive metadata. And this should, not be too complicated to do, but actually you'll be surprised how complicated it was to do with just Wikibase alone and no other, interface on top of it. So in the end, we did use a custom skin on top of it and an enormous amount of custom Lua scripts. This is something not at all easily replicatable and a complete pain to update, so I do not recommend this to anyone. 3 years after my PhD, postdoc in the TIB, working with amazing people like Kolya, we have obviously learned from our lessons and we have started developing things like the extension on top of a Wikibase that uses also Semantic MediaWiki as a skin, beyond the skin, more like an interface layer with additional skins that we can modify further and have super nice interfaces that allow us to do fun things like this research website portal for a project in University of Greifswald. This is what my colleague Torsten was going to talk about, so I can't fully represent everything, but before I hand over to Jeroen and Kolja, I'll just showcase this a little bit. You can also access it at wb.manorhouses.tibwiki.io. I think if you access it right now without being logged in, it might look a little bit funky, but typically with the login, it looks and functions correctly. What we see here is like completely custom designs. We see pages that pull data from the wiki base with the Semantic MediaWiki syntax. We have very nice long form presentations of research texts, which was impossible virtually to do with Wikibase alone until now. So I'll just show one of these. So this again, a kind of really cool map that we have, and I'll just show one of these long form articles essentially about one house. These are data info boxes essentially pulling data from the Wikibase. And here we can see just really nicely presented long text with references. And if I have more time, I can also show some points where we're integrating 3D media also via our 3D extension for Wikibase. So we have like lots of customizations here, and Kolja can probably talk a little bit more about those in detail because he was the lead developer behind this fully customized site. What's really fun to maybe also show is that thanks to the fact that we still have fundamentally one database below this whole thing, it's just the Wikibase main database that obviously has a Sparkle endpoint. We can do fun things like display embedded queries from the Wikibase in the nicely designed web portal. For example, we can look for people that are connected to these houses. Here I'm doing a federated query with Wikidata and Commons, pulling information about the people who own these houses, which I don't care about to have in my own Wikibase. So I'm, referring to these people in Wikidata that allow me to hook further to a historical database maintained in Germany at the University of Vienna called FactGrid. It has a lot of really good historical information about people. So I'm kind of doing, like really nice things here with just very little code, and also some kind of cool visualizations of, we can ask nice questions to our database to show us things like, show me all the houses that are built after 1750, for example, and only those, we don't want more. Or show me all the houses that are within the range of 50 kilometers of this one specific city. So anyway, lots of like cool potential to explore. And at this point, I'm going to hand over to Jeroen actually, because he will tell us a little bit more about the main principles of how the Semantic Wikibase extension came about. I don't know if you want to use my machine or you want to plug in yours. Or
you can keep this up.
Yeah.
Maybe switch to the data models.
Yes, great.
All right. So hello everybody. We are talking about Semantic MediaWiki on this panel. So what I will be doing now during the next 3 to 5 minutes is explain to you what is this thing, what can it do for you, and how did we end up there. So most of you already know me. I'm Jeroen de Douw. I've been a maintainer of Semantic MediaWiki for about 15 years now, and I'm also the main software developer behind the Wikibase software. My company provides services around all things MediaWiki, and that of course includes both MediaWiki and Semantic MediaWiki and Wikibase. And that's how we ended up creating this new extension because well, Wikibase itself is great for publishing datasets, but unlike Semantic MediaWiki, it does not have inline queries. It does not have these built-in visualizations. And Lozana already showed some excellent examples of what you can do with this extension. So I found myself thinking, well, we have people that want to use Wikibase and they want to have this kind of visualizations which are present in Semantic MediaWiki. So why don't we connect the two together and get the best of both worlds? So that's what we did. We created the first and so far only extension that's both a Wikibase extension and a Semantic MediaWiki extension, and that's this Semantic Wikibase. Yeah, so Semantic Wikibase is a one-way direction between Wikibase and Semantic MediaWiki. So it allows moving the data that is inside of Wikibase and making it available inside of Semantic MediaWiki as well. The main benefit there is that you get access to all these inline queries and result visualizations, be it simple tables, be it dynamic things such as maps and so on. And you can also combine this data then with whatever is stored inside of Semantic MediaWiki itself. And this extension is free and open source. It's available on GitHub. There's also a demo video on there. I can link this later on the conference chat and put it in on the page of the panel. And yeah, we created this extension as a prototype a few years ago, so it had various limitations. For instance, we are supporting about 10 different Wikibase Semantic MediaWiki data types, but we didn't support geospatial shapes, we didn't support the tabular type of Wikibase, and we didn't support EDTF, which stands for Extended Datetime Format. Another limitation has to do with the Wikibase data model here. So the data that we're synchronizing from Wikibase to Semantic MediaWiki, it includes the things that you see on the top. So it includes the label, it includes the ID, also the description and the aliases. But then when it comes to the statements, so that's where most of your Wikibase data is, we're only synchronizing the property and the main value. So we are did not support qualifiers and references, and also not the rank. So we had a list of ideas of improvements that people could make on top of the initial work that we did. And Kolja over here implemented some of those improvements, such as EDTF support. And that's what he will talk about next. All right, thank you.
I don't know if you want to just use this computer.
I can just use this as a background.
Great, yeah.
Okay, thanks. I was a Semantic MediaWiki power user. I was really keen about this technology. I was not active in the community. I was using it for private projects. And when I heard about this extension to bring together Wikibase and Semantic MediaWiki from the beginning, I thought, okay, we need to try this out. And then we had a small pet project where we said, okay, let's try this out. And it worked very well. But there were some limitations for sure, because it was a prototype. So for us, the hardest thing was that it was supporting MediaWiki version 1.35, and we wanted to have a later MediaWiki version. So after we had this first implementation, we said, okay, why not using this technology as a base core for many of our research projects, to say, okay, whenever we have a project where our researchers using a Wikibase and they want to have a front end, maybe we can use Semantic Wikibase for all of these projects. So then we started the process to update this prototype, and as on Wednesday I will have a talk on the details of Semantic Wikibase. I will not only say something about the pros but also about the cons, because the problem here is that Wikibase and Semantic MediaWiki are not built from beginning to work with each other. There are two separate extensions, and we try to fiddle them together. And during this process, I think this was only possible because we were developing Wikibase for research at this time, which is this automated installation process of MediaWiki. Because to have this both extensions work together, you need to fix a lot of things. So for example, they are using the name as the same namespace for properties, Wikibase and Semantic MediaWiki. And then there are occurring such things like, okay, if you install Wikibase first, it grabs the namespace, and that's fine. But if you do it the other way around, then Semantic MediaWiki grabs the namespace, and for example, so the order of the installation is normally not a problem with extensions, but here in this specific example, it matters. And if you install Wikibase first, then you have to patch actually Semantic MediaWiki in a small way. So we needed this automated installation process, and then it's fine, because then it's pre-configured and you can just use it. And as our project had an existing Wikibase, which was using extended datetime format and qualifiers, we said, okay, let's give it a try and do a first implementation of that. For EDTF, we saw that it's really a problem to have a full implementation of that, because EDTF have such things like unbounded periods. Like, for example, you can say, I have a period of time, but it's not a fixed period, it's like open in one way, or I just don't know when it began, and that's hard to translate into the Semantic MediaWiki data model. So we started just with a rough implementation where you might lose some data, but if you have simple data, like, okay, I have a fixed period, you can use it. And the same is with qualifiers. If you have existing qualifiers in your wiki base, you don't want to change the whole data model. Sometimes it's not possible if you have thousands of existing claims. So we came up with a way to use qualifiers within Semantic MediaWiki queries. That makes, so we used sub-objects for this, and that makes the queries then a bit more complicated, but usable. And these are existing discussions that we need to solve, that we cannot solve alone. So we need feedback from the community, we need feedback from the initial developers to come out with a way to good integrate these two extensions. I personally think Semantic Wikibase is really a great combination. Everybody should use it. We should really push this forward, but it needs a lot of effort and further work to make this work. And I think that's a great starting point for the discussion. Thanks.
Great. Thanks so much to both of you. Now, Berhard, I don't know how we should handle the phone situation. So we use this and pass it
just use it and there are two. So
okay. Great. So I will act a little bit as moderator, and I have like one or two questions for the panel here, and then I want to kind of try to open it up as soon as possible to the round, so we can have a wider discussion. But you know, we've already heard about some limitations from both of you in terms of this is not some complete, fully fledged integration yet. So maybe from Euron first, and then from you, Kolja, if you could pick like top 3 things that you think would be most important to develop next to further enhance the integration between Semantic MediaWiki and Wikibase, what would these be? And maybe you can think about concrete use cases if you've had some clients ask you certain things recently. What would be the kind of top 3 things you would yourself pick?
Well, number 1 is very clear, and Kolja already touched upon it, is support for the latest MediaWiki versions. So yeah, not a lot of people want to continue using version 35 of MediaWiki. So that's my number 1. For the additional things, we have several thoughts on things that might be interesting to support in the extension, but it really depends on your use cases. So for instance, you might want to restrict which data that you're synchronizing. You might not want to synchronize all your items and all your properties. You might also want to restrict which things on these items that you're synchronizing. Like you might only want to synchronize statements with certain properties. There's also some things that make it not super production ready, so I'm happy you already derived a lot of value from this extension. But for instance, there is no safeguarding against conflicts of property names. So if you create a property name in Semantic MediaWiki and you also have one of those in Wikibase, then something is going to go wrong. Yeah. And what can be very interesting in this panel is to hear from the people in the audience here what comes to your mind when you see this, what is most important to you, and does already something stand out as missing to you?
Great.
Yeah, also I agree. Versioning is the first thing I would wish for. We brought this to MediaWiki version 1.39, so the latest LTS version, and we were not able to push it further because then you have dependency errors that we could resolve, but I mean, everything is possible in IT, but we have a lot of time. Then secondly, EDTF, I think, needs more support because there are a lot of usage or use cases for these datetime formats. And the latest is we made some prototyping how to support the classic MediaWiki categories together with Semantic Media and Wikibase, because then you have better support, for example, in page forms, like for example, creation of the category tree as a tree component, and it's possible to do that, but you need it somehow manually creating this category tree and all the category pages. If we get better support for this, I think a lot of people will enjoy this feature.
Great, thanks. Yeah, I also just wanted to show this link that Jeroen suggested I show also, which shows the supported property types, just in case people are interested. We can consult this. Yeah, but in general, thank you both for the answers. And indeed, I'm also curious to hear what the audience thinks. One more question I wanted to raise, and this is a little bit like, I should say, I on purpose did not tell them what questions I'll ask, so they can see what they can come up with. But something as a, let's say, I consider myself first and foremost a designer translator, aka I'm usually the person who talks between the development team and the clients and trying to figure out how to give the clients what they want while keeping also the developers from going completely insane. But one thing that I encountered in a lot of our recent projects here in Germany is that we oftentimes need multilinguality, and I have to say I find multilinguality for me is a little bit challenging with Semantic MediaWiki, in the sense that we oftentimes have pages in the main namespace that they're created for the German content. They're linking to the same items in the Wikibase side of things that has the content for an item like a manor house in German, but then we also have to kind of create new pages with like a different title for the version of the text in English for that same house, and magically somehow the categories work across, and I'm still, as a person who is coming more from the Wikibase background, I'm still trying to get my head around it. So I wonder if you two have any thoughts about multilinguality and how multilinguality, when you're using the Semantic MediaWiki part, can be made more efficient so that we don't have to have this kind of doubling of pages.
Well, thanks, Kolja. So it's a while since I looked at this, and I do remember if you scroll down on this page, there is a list of IDs I had, and I think one of them had to do with multilinguality.
Mm-hmm.
Is it there somewhere?
Second under properties? Second under properties.
Yeah. Okay, I actually don't remember what I exactly had in mind there. But that's
translation of item site links.
A notable difference between Semantic MediaWiki and Wikibase is that in Wikibase, by default, you have multilingual descriptions of your items, both the labels and the descriptions. Yeah, we can synchronize that. I don't know how useful it is. I also see a lot of people using Wikibase without this multilinguality, so yeah. Do people actually need this? I don't know.
Yeah, I skipped the mic for a reason, because I don't really have much experience with multilinguality. We encountered these problems in our projects when you have these monolingual text descriptions, that for example, if you have some of them in German and some of them in English, and you query them in a Semantic MediaWiki query, then you get the description or the label, and behind that the language descriptor like the E or EN. And normally you don't want that, and you need to create special templates to select, okay, in this version of the wiki I just want the German one, or maybe a fallback language. But I still working on getting my head around how multilinguality is actually supported in MediaWiki, and I think we need to get better in that to come up with a good solution.
Great, thank you. Yeah, I mean that's one of the points where I think we can see where there are some advantages to Wikibase. I think if you just use Wikibase pure, at least some of these questions don't come up, but then you're lacking all of the beautiful visualization and inline queries that you have in Semantic MediaWiki. So I think it's just one of these kind of tricky points about we do need more help from the community to think together about how can we resolve this as a group of people who use maybe one or both or all of the different kinds of extensions. And at this point, I think since it's 6:10, and I guess people are probably looking forward to beers already, maybe we can open the round so everyone can ask us questions. Okay, there's several. And you can also ask me questions. I'm not just a moderator.
Yeah, many thanks for this discussion. One aspect was already mentioned. If you have statements about statements, so this is an important pattern in in science, so because not everything is precisely 100% true, or has a time context. If you translate them, there are two questions. If you translate them to the MediaWiki, do both extensions produce the same RDF afterwards? And besides making querying more complex, do you also deal with performance issues? Because you, of course, you blow up the number of triples you totally have. You provide a lot of statements about the statements in addition.
I don't get the first one. Are there sharing the same what?
So if you translate statements from Wikibase into MediaWiki, and the MediaWiki can also populate a triple store, like Basecraft with Wikibase. Do they produce the same RDF after translation to your extension?
So I don't know if they produce the same RDF, but okay.
So actually, I haven't checked this, but so there is this one-way translation from Wikibase to Semantic MediaWiki going on, and we are making some simplifications in the transformation of the data. So some information is getting lost. Originally, we didn't keep the qualifiers at all, and we also talked about data types, such as the extended date time format, where simplification is needed, but it's also necessary for some of the older formats. So not all of the information is retained in Semantic MediaWiki, so there's going to be differences there. And since you're touching on RDF now and triple stores anyway, let me highlight another benefit of this Semantic Wikibase extension combination that we haven't talked about yet. So for Wikibase, you need Blazegraph to run queries, and this is like an additional service, right? So it's not as easy to set up as a normal MediaWiki extension. While with Semantic MediaWiki, it has its own mechanism built on top of the MediaWiki database, so you don't need an additional triple store. You can, but you don't need it. So with this combination, you can actually get queries for your Wikibase data without setting up an additional service. So you don't actually need Blazegraph.
Yeah, and as an extension, when you ask about statements and about the performance, that's where it gets a bit complicated in Semantic MediaWiki, because statements about statements is, for example, when you have dates, like you have a property event, and then you say, okay, I assign an item to that, like the type of the event, like creation or destruction, and then as a quantifier, I can set an actual date. To translate this into Semantic MediaWiki, we can translate the first property, normal, like, okay, it's P1 in Wikibase, and it's also P1 in Semantic MediaWiki. But then, to have the statements about statements, you would need something in Semantic MediaWiki, like I have P1 property to the item of the event, for example Q1, and then the qualifier name, so the date. So you would have something like P1, Q1, P5. And we need actually to virtually create these properties, because when you create your data model, you don't know which combination of events your user will add into your database. So when we translate all this qualifier data from Wikibase to Semantic MediaWiki, we actually create a lot of new properties regarding what the user has entered in Wikibase, and this is creating poor performance in the queries. So yes, there are issues. I think, for example, when we're creating maps, we are able to put 5,000 items in it. But if you use a lot of these property chains in the queries, you're getting poor results.
Okay, so you chain up property chains that condense in a single property to overcome this issue.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And just to add like one thing to what Jeroen was saying, I would say I still feel that for main data operations, I would stick to the Wikibase. Okay, hey, I'm biased, but I think the Sparkle querying is just something we don't get with Semantic MediaWiki, and Sparkle, at least in academia, is the standard way to query a knowledge base. And it's the way that you can query multiple knowledge bases and have federation. And we recently, like just this morning at this other conference, we were trying federation between a community of archaeologists in Germany, community of historians, and our cultural heritage community, and we were able to do it through like an external engine for Sparkle querying, QLever, run from the University of Freiburg, and that has a completely open endpoint there that can access any Spark code that you pointed, any other Spark point that you pointed to, and yes, it's not very efficient yet. Performance is kind of bad, but at least it's standardized. So anyway, that's my Wikibase EA prop. I don't know if you want to have a retort to that or not, or maybe at the bar, or okay, yeah, let's go for it.
I think that's a good point. I think Sparkle is, of course, the most impressive query language, and the MediaWiki query language, of course, lags behind. And it would be great if you could also run Sparkle queries, but get the visualizations from MediaWiki. It would be really great.
Well, that was going to be my last question for the panel, but I thought I'm going to skip it. It's like, in an ideal world, what else do you want? And I personally want like a much nicer query interface that can span both, because I think it's nice having the Spark endpoint in the Wikibase, but it's not a nice query service, and it's not well visualized. It's very, I would say, high learning curve and a barrier to user adoption. So although I love Spark, yeah, it has its problems, and especially in the implementation we have with BlazeGraph, it's not ideal. But also to your point about statement upon statements, thanks to the experience with Kolya, we have done two things in the Open Science Lab. We have moved away from qualifiers, not only because they are bad for performance in Semantic MediaWiki, but because they also don't allow us to map to, at least in Cultural Heritage, the event-based model for modeling information called CDOC-CRM. It's like super big in the Cultural Heritage world. That one actually, it's better to have separate statements, so we actually started creating more items, even for things like the creation event of an object, instead of just shortening it like Wikidata does and saying, okay, this thing, date of creation, blah, blah. We say, okay, this thing has an event that is a creation, it has its own queue number, and on top of that queue number, we add a normal statement that says the date is blah, blah. So we actually kind of skip the qualifier situation, not completely, but in some cases, and we're compliant with some event-based models that tend to be widely used in archives and libraries and stuff like that. And sorry, I shut up. If there are any questions or...
One extension to that. One of the foundings in our project was that when you're using pure Wikibase, people tend to creating the data model so that it looks nice or appears nice in the Wikibase front end. So you use qualifiers because then you see all in one, on one page in Wikibase, in the Wikibase front end, not because it's a good way to model them or you decided it's a good way. It's just with, okay, now I have all in one page, I don't have to click somewhere. When you use Semantic MediaWiki and have other ways to display it, then you choose another data model. Yeah, it's no problem then.
Other questions? Or you can talk to us later at the informal meetup.
There's one question there or not?
Yeah. I'm just wondering how you feel about extension translate for multilinguality. Oh, how do you feel about extension translate when you're dealing with multilingual pages?
What do you mean with extension translate?
The extension called translate. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't have any experience with that. So.
Only for wiki text, not for.
Oh yeah, but so I thought the main issue was when you had to link to multiple pages and you have to link to the English version and you have to link to the.
That's one of the issues, but yeah, so we can check out that extension. Wonderful. Thank you to the panel. Thank you. We not only want to edit together, we also want to eat together. So we unofficially meet today at 7 in the Siebensternbräu in Siebensterngasse, which is a few minutes walk from Volkstheater, U3 Volkstheater.
Or U3 Neubaugasse.
Yeah, or not the skip. Yes, okay.
Yes. So.
Sorry?
Is that dinner or drinks?
It is
That's dinner.
Dinner and yes.
It is dinner,
Expenses are not covered. The official conference dinner is tomorrow.
Yes, so I hope you will join us there.
Yes.
The bill is on you individually. You can go to U3 Neubaugasse, there's an exit called Stiftgasse, and then you walk up Stiftgasse, or as Sabine mentioned, you can also go exit at the museum's quarter and then walk the other way, so that's both fine. We say goodbye to the people online. There were still 18 people listening in, so you're missing out the fun part now, but thank you for watching.
We start tomorrow at 9:30. Check-in is from 9 o'clock, and we're looking forward to the keynote from Carsten Eames from Siemens. Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and see you later.
Do we have reservation at the...
Yes.
Yes.
SMWCon. It's reserved in Bernhard Grabiner and SMW.
Yeah. There is a reservation under my name and SMWCon at 7 o'clock.
Yeah, well, you know. No, sure. It's okay. Totally fine. Yeah.